early. We're starting early. I like to try and buffer things, but I can't just ignore Post. Post, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. And good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening and welcome on in. So shout out to Post for not only... Oh my god, Chris! Chris, oh my gosh, thank you as well, Chris! Oh my gosh, what? Hold on, buffering. Okay, no, wait, that's the wrong button. Oh god, everything is happening at once. I need more RAM for this. Thank you guys, thank you everyone. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Dr. Leon, oh my gosh, level 5 hyper, let's go! Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Dr. Leon. 10 subs, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness, oh my gosh, and Professional Bar, thank you for the cheer as well. Okay, breathe, Helm, breathe. Sorry, I'm unaccustomed to this much all at once. I do apologise. Let me try and start over again. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening tonight, and welcome in. Special shout-outs to Post for getting in first and playing the best seat in the house. Special shout-outs to everyone for joining me here tonight on my birthday. And of course, special shout-outs to Post for the 10 subs, Chris for the 10 subs, Dr. Leon for the 10 subs, and Bar for the 10 bits. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We've almost beaten our... I don't know what our previous record was for hype trains. We've almost beaten it though. And we've barely even started. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. Hey guys, happy Kashtima birthday. Are we on level 7 hype train or are we about to hit level 7 hype train? I'm not sure which. It says level 7, 10%. I don't know if that means we're on level 7 or if we're almost on level 7. I'm unsure what that means. I'll be honest, we don't get them that often around here, so I'm not quite sure how it works. Hey Spidey, welcome in, welcome. On a random day that happens to coincide with our births. It is quite surprising, isn't it? It's like a 1 in 365 chance or something. Very strange. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. I'm so happy that you guys have chosen to join me here today. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I know we're kind of doing things a bit differently here to usual. I know we normally start on we do Tuesdays. I know we normally start a little bit later, but I wanted to try and stream on my birthday because it's unusual, you know. You only get it once in a year, you know. As the Mad Hatter said, it only happens once a year, although there are 364 unbirthdays a year. Jack, thank you so much. The small no, Jack, no, thank you so much, guys. Anything that you guys want to give, really, you know. I never expect anyone to give me anything, you know. I don't do this for that reason. But any support, any gifts you guys want to give really is it really does mean a lot to me because it makes me feel like I'm doing something right around here at least. Time for suffering. There will be no suffering here tonight. I love Crash Bandicoot. You go for 100% Crash 1 and 2, and 100% or Heavy Birthday. So here's the thing, I'm gonna just try and get to the credits because this is actually the second time we've done it on the channel. Len, thank you so much for the birthday wishes as well. Thank you so much. So Crash Bandicoot was actually one of the first games we did on the channel. I think it was the end of 2023. I remember very clearly what we were doing this time last year. We were playing Spyro, and we definitely finished Crash before we started Spyro. But listen, we've done it 100%, and I love these games. I love them so much. They are part of my childhood. I can always fire these games up and have a good time any day of the week. But, unfortunately, they're not the easiest things to 100%, and unfortunately, Crash 3 specifically kind of is really miserable to 100% in a casual setting, because you basically have to do every single level twice because of the speedrun. Not the speedruns, what's the word? The time trial relics. Can't wait for Stu to do 106 Crash 4. Never in my life. What if I told you? I already have. I unfortunately cannot show you because I did it on console. But I have already 100%ed Crash Bandicoot 4. And it is because I have 100%ed Crash Bandicoot 4, I can confidently say, never doing that shit again. Holy shit, that was miserable. That was actually just an unpleasant experience. I've never come so close to actually hating a Crash Bandicoot game before. Oh my god. Did you get a definite? No, I only care about the percentages. As long as it says 100%, I'm calling it good. Crash 4 is brutal, and the thing is, okay, here's the thing with Crash 4. If you've ever seen the Kadikarus video about it, Kadikuros puts it best. Crash 4 is a fun game, as long as you're just playing it casually. As soon as you try and 100% that game, it becomes a miserable, brutal experience that is just completely unfun. There's a lot of things they do in Crash 4 that just feel very, what's the word, antithetical to how they designed the earlier Crash games. Things like hiding boxes in very nasty spaces. I remember the exact moments I realized Crash 4 was kind of not playing fair, when I got through the first of the Wasteland levels, and I'd missed like 24 boxes. I was just like, what the heck? I was very thorough. Where were they? Oh, guys, thank you so much for the hype train as well. Thank you, guys. There we go. Enjoy your... What's level 7? 21%. Let's go. Oh, my God. What is this about? Wait, hold on. What? I need to share... this is the emote I got from the hype train. What is this emote? I kind of love it. It's like green Morphe. Yomi! We need Yomi to make him get a Morphe version of this emote. We need what's it called? Like Goblin Jam or something? Goblin Jam. We need Morphe Jam. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for all the gifts, all the wishes. I really do appreciate it. I've been having a pretty good day. I've already been out for we went out for a meal earlier, and yeah, you get to a certain point where eventually birthdays stop being so exciting a lot of the time, you know. Can't always get everyone around to, you know, have a big party or anything. But having you guys here, that is all the win I need, frankly. Having my guests here to celebrate it with. Oh man, pardon me, so I'm still a little bit overwhelmed at the moment from all the love from you guys. I really do appreciate every single one of you. Thank you all so much. Pardon me, I need to go to breathe it. So, Ginger, yes! So you know what? We've shown off before, but you know what? For the occasion, bear with me a second, because these lines are going to get messy. Bear with me a second. Let's go ahead and just show them off a little bit more. This one, and I think we want this one. No, not this. Well, we do need this one. We also need this one. There we go. Yeah, just because I love the room. Unfortunately, I love the room, but unfortunately, a lot of it does get hidden away a lot by the monitors. Unfortunately, I haven't worked out a solution to that yet. That seems adequate, I should say. But yeah, we got all our references here. Of course, we've got our gym, we've got our gym cannon, we've got our gun tank, we've got our gate guardian, we've got our legally distinct blahage. It's not actually a blahage; it's actually a pencil case. It's completely unbranded, but it's legally distinct blahage. And then it's a little hard to see, but underneath the blahage, he's very small. He's very, very small. He's in disguise. Can you guys see that next to me there? Do you guys recognize that? I don't blame you if you don't, because it's a very good disguise. It is, in fact, Soundwave, because Soundwave is, in fact, superior. And then, of course, we have the plushies, of course. We have Froggerjam, the one and only. We have Magnemite. We have the Evil Twins, and of course the poster of Evil Twin Keyskill, because as we all know, oh my god, yes, I love Keyskill. I would die for Evil Twin Keyskill. She is best girl. Let's go ahead and get everything back in order here, though. Unfortunately, I haven't got a quick button for this, so bear with me 1 sec. U, a U, and a U. Yeah, ignore the fact I didn't go in the right order. Ignore that's the wrong button. Ignore that that's the right button. There we go. Everything's back in order now, I think. There we go. Now it's all back in order. Yeah, I would love to. Part of my. Okay, I said this at the start of the year, and I stand by it. Unfortunately, the start of the year decided to absolutely kick my ass. It was completely like one thing after another. I had a bad start to the year. That's fine. That's only 1/12 of the year. There's 11 months left to make it up. One of my plans I do want to do for the new year is I do want to improve some things here on the stream, and that does include some better chat boxes for you guys. Something that maybe can show off the background a little bit better. I'm not sure exactly what yet, but we'll see. Sorry, everything here people pronounce Swedish names. Wait, did I pronounce a Swedish name? Someone was Swedish? If I butchered it, I do apologise. I'm not very good at any language that isn't English, and I'm debatably not particularly good at English. Let's go, RGB party hat mode. Absolutely, let's freaking go. You know what? I didn't even realise the party hat was going to light up like that, but you know what? That's actually perfect. I love it. And it's fantastic. Oh, Blahaj! Right, yeah. I have no idea. I definitely am pronouncing that wrong. I'm sure. I've never I actually don't know what the correct pronunciation is. I just pronounce it how it looks. I see those letters in order and I see, oh yeah, it says Blahaj. I have no idea how you pronounce the little little circle accent. Which is weird, because when I was younger, I used to love reading the Asterix and Obelix books, and those are absolutely full of, like... Whenever they have the Viking characters, they always have, like, the Nordic accent characters. I still have no idea how you pronounce any of them, although I'm pretty sure they're not even actually used correctly there. I think they're just used there to indicate they've got an accent. I both actually some presents for me. I got a Master Grade SD Ring Zero. Ooh! Final season of Star Trek Picard on Blu-ray, and the second volume of Super Bullet. Oh, nice! Heck yeah! Or some of the Asterix movies too. The Asterix movies are really weird because as someone that's... Again, I grew up reading the Asterix comics. They were kind of some of the first comics I remember actually reading. And it's weird. Every one of the Asterix movies I've ever seen, none of them are, like, awful. None of them are bad. But because I've read so many of them, like any book, after a while you kind of get your own mental image of how these characters should look and sound. And I've never seen one of them where they sounded exactly like I imagined them. And the weird thing is, I couldn't even tell you how I imagined them. I don't know what I'm expecting. But it's not that. The line's actually very close to ha. So more close to it as hi. So it's like... Wait, so it's like... Wait, so would it be like... Blahai? Blahai? I'm probably butchering that even worse. I should probably stop before I say something accidentally offensive. In order to have 3 more letters. Those ones! I'm not even going to attempt it. The O with the line through it, though. I know Asterix books use that all the time whenever the Vikings showed up. Like, every time they used the letter O in their dialogue, it was always with, like, the line through it. Have no idea how you pronounce it. I'm not even going to attempt to take a stab at it because I'm going to make it bad. And if you guys don't believe me, check out the VOD from last stream where we were doing our Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiz, because that had a foreign language round and I got to butcher 5 different languages in one stream. Let's go! The power of the Nola. I'm going to just assume that's what it's called and take you at your word for it. I'm going to do exactly no research on that and just say, yeah, that sounds correct to me. I do that far too often, I'm not gonna lie. There's definitely a lot of times where I'll read something on the internet and think, yeah, that definitely sounds correct, and then do no research to double check it. Yu-Gi-Oh! They get something to memes in a single turn? Yes! Except for Pot of Greed, because no one knows what Pot of Greed does. Apparently it summons Ojama Line, and then it will burn you using the power of Abaki! Maybe like half the audience get that one, and if you don't get it, it's fine. Rest assured, it's not funny. Rest assured, it is in fact not funny. I am not funny, but I am certainly good at pretending I am, if nothing else. So we have and oh, it's extras. I see. Man, I'm kind of realizing just how bad I am when it comes to like being educated on these things. I have maybe a 2-year-old's understanding of Japanese, maybe a 3-year-old's understanding of German, and that's about as good as it gets. Maybe like a 1-year-old understanding of French. I know like 2 or 3 sentences in French, and that's about it. The only one I really remember is La Songe dans l'arbre, which is the monkey is in the tree. I have no idea when I'm ever going to need to use that in my life. But if by some freak circumstance I do in fact find myself in France and there is a monkey in the tree, I'm set. I am 100% prepared for that exact eventuality. I can't do anything else then. Like, I'm going to be completely clueless if I need to, find out where I can recharge, but if there's a monkey in the tree, I'm your girl. Just bring a monkey to place in a tree, engineer the sentence into existence. That is the power move, isn't it? Go to foreign countries with a very, very low grasp of their language and just bring with you the exact equipment you need to engineer that handful of sentences that you do know how to speak. It's like that one, what was that one bit from Family Guy, where they're in a truck, and they're speaking with like this, I think he's like a Mexican guy or something, and he says something to them, I forget what it is, and they're like, oh, you speak English? And he goes, no, I just know how to say that sentence, and this sentence that explains that one. And that's all he speaks as far as English goes. Hey Zordon, welcome! Happy birthday to Jude. Oh my gosh, hopefully it wasn't too bad for you. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Thank you for joining us tonight, of course. Yeah. Oh man, jury duty. Man, you've got some I to do jury duty. I didn't mind it, apart from the fact that let me start that sentence over. I didn't mind it, apart from the fact that it required me to operate on normal human hours, which I As you can tell by the fact that it is currently 11 p.m. here and I am only now starting stream, and this is considered early for me, I do not operate on normal human hours. So when they're like, oh yeah, we need you to be at the courthouse for like 8 a.m., I'm like, 8 a.m.? There's an 8 a.m.? When did this happen? So yeah, suffice it to say, that did not go well. I think a lot of that gets done for duty in the UK. I don't quite understand how it works. I think it's just the same thing that allows me to be considered a person. Does mean that I do in fact have to also go to do things like jury duty, unfortunately. French word for swimming pool is piscine. Bandicoot's pissing. If we're going to talk about dumb pronunciations in other languages, my favourite ones are German. German is not a real language, I'm convinced. It's just a bunch of letters in a trench coat pretending to be a language. If you need some great examples of my favourite German, well, first off, you have the Yu-Gi-Oh card, which in English is UA Perfect Ace. In German, it is UA Perfectus Ass. Then, of course, you have the card Maximum 6, which in German becomes Maximum Sex. And sometimes they're just letters. Sometimes they're just letters mashed together. Junk Synchron in German is Gerümpelsynchronisier. Gesundheit, I know. I love German. One of my favourite things has been looking up just German language cards, just to see what they say. Even if they're not like anything funny in terms of just being a word in English, sometimes they are just like unintentionally hilarious. This is how I discovered the word for beast in German is bestie, because Fusilier Dragon, the dual mode beast in German is Fusilier Drake, the Doppelmodus Bestie. So true, bestie, so true. Anthony, hello, thank you so much. Welcome. German for forklift is amazing. Okay, you've got me, Kasky. Hold on. I'm looking it up. Let's see. What is Google? What is the German word for not for translate, for forklift? Let's see. Forklift in German is Gabelstapler. It's just letters. I love German so much. Unironically, it's so. German is such a fun language to say. Everything sounds so goofy in it. It is wonderful. Like I can just type in like anything. I'm just gonna type in like, I'm gonna type in microphone. What's microphone in German? Okay, that is just microphone. It's just misspelled, I guess. Oh no, I want to try some goofy words in German now to see what they come up as. County Guardian is Wachter. So hold on. What is Gate Guardian called in German? I don't actually know this one. Let's find out. What is Gate Guardian auf Deutsch? Gate Guardian auf Deutsch. Gate Guardian is Torwachter. I mean, it's literally Door Guardian, or Gate Guardian, but you know, that's great. I love it. I love German. You're playing Mega Man Legends, you'll learn something about what's nice, many of the weird German combination things. And I just some list of things I have to play at some point. To learn German, my mother's half comes from there. I think I've said this multiple times, but I learned German in school. A little bit of German. Ein kleiner Deutsch. Because in my school, you had to take French. And you had to do French for 3 years. However, after the first year, if you were in the top group, like ability group for French, you could take German as what you could. It's not you could, it was mandatory. You had to take German as well. After the 3 years and 2 years of German, you could then choose one of them to keep. And I chose German because if you don't know a word in German, just say it in English with a German accent, and you've got like at least a 20% chance of being correct. Tennis, it's just tennis. Football is just foosball. Disco is just disco. Everyone in my class during the exercise of what did you do on the weekend suddenly was really enthusiastic about playing tennis and going to the disco because they were just very easy ones to remember. Ich spiele Tennis und ich gehe in Disco. Actually, I think it's ich Tennis gespielt because it's past tense. See, I remember a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. In English, we have a magic card called Wild Nut Nakato in German. Wilder Nakato. We have the same thing. We have the same thing. There is a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Wild Tornado. In German, it's just Wilder Tornado. We have Ojama Pink in German. It's just Pinker Ojama. They just get a better Pink Ojama than us. Wormcore and to become Worm Spiral Machine. God, I love it. It's so good. Honestly, I could just amuse myself for hours by just sitting here and just reading German. It's so unintentionally amazing. Much love to Germany. Oh, jeez. I'm happy to keep yapping, but I want to get in some gameplay. But, so here's our plan for tonight. We're not going to be trying to speedrun this specifically. Oh my God, Zordon! Thank you so much, Zordon! Thank you. Thank you a lot, Zordon. That will definitely be, is definitely very appreciated. Thank you ever so much. For those of you who don't know what that is, you can go ahead and look at Twitter. I will not be elaborating. I know what I like. I know what I'm into. Look, I'm just saying, as a robot, there are certain things I'm not able to do. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate them regardless. Thank you so much, Azon. I really do appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Thank you ever so much. Alrighty, so what was my train of thought? I'm all over the place tonight. I don't know what I was on about. Speedrunning! Right, speedrunning! We're not going to be looking to necessarily speedrun this. I haven't got a timer or anything. I'm not looking to stress myself out. Android, hello, welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not looking to try and speedrun this hardcore. This isn't going on speedruns.com or anything. I think when they do it on speedruns.org, they actually have a tool that kind of, what's the word? Automatically cuts out the loading screens from the timers. From a fake timer's arbitrary code and the like. Dang it, that would have been the big brain. Unfortunately, I didn't think that far ahead. I'll be honest, I was kind of umming and ahhing with what I was going to do today just in general. I'm just it's my birthday! I should be doing something different today. I should be doing something exciting. I don't know what though. I spent all my time setting up the quiz and I didn't think it through. The passage of linear time has caught up with me and I didn't realise it was so close to my birthday and now I have no time to plan anything. So, yeah, unfortunately, this is the best I can do on short notice, unfortunately. Doing something with Krankenhaus and Krankenwagen. I am familiar with this one, yes. Sick house and sick wagon. Yeah, so we're going to be just trying to go through the games nice and casually, and honestly, here's the thing, I know these games inside and out. I'd say I know them like the back of my hand, but back of my hand doesn't have much text on it, so there's not really much of a, hard thing to say. Only 2 years old. Exactly, this body is only a new one. I only got this one fairly recently. But in video games. Exactly, video games. Exactly. Unfortunately, John Konami got the wrong memo regarding my birthday. Not only is it not the correct day, but instead of giving us new Evil Twin cards, apparently we're getting Fiendsmith and Master Duels, so, yay. Sure, I'm looking forward to staring at fucking Fiendsmith engraver's grinning face for the next 18 months. Oh, jeez. Anyways. Okay, as we expected to dissect this ish. Video games on Ruby bikes! I need a motorcycle. Actually, no, I don't need a motorcycle. I would be terrified. I've actually ridden on a motorcycle exactly one time in my entire life, when I was a wee helmet. And it wasn't, I wasn't even going anywhere. It wasn't we weren't going down the road or anything. It was literally at my school's, summer fair. Someone's, dad just brought his motorbike and just let people take rides on it with him. That's literally what it was. I was terrified the entire time. I'll be honest, here's a Helm confession. I am not a very confident driver. I don't like driving places that I'm not familiar with. I don't like going outside of routes that I know. The idea of going on a motorcycle, actively terrifying for me, which is a shame. Because although motorcycles are, I do find the idea of riding one actually scary, I'm not gonna lie, motorcycle outfits, the leather one-piece outfits with a zipper down the front, those are actually kind of peak, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, of course I'm saying that, that's basically what Keyskill wears once you take the holograms away. Give me outfits with Lyricry. Honestly, that is what we're gonna be trying to do with it when we get the cards, because we have an in-engine light theme, so it'd be quite foolish to at least not try it. Look at everyone else shoving Fabled Lurie in their decks. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Oh, jeez. Alright, I'm gonna get the game going. We're gonna start it in the game. We're gonna keep yapping though. Like I said, this game will not acquire too much of my attention because I know this game inside now. I just want something relaxing I can do to keep my hands busy while we're hanging out today. So please keep your arms, legs, and various body parts clear the closing doors, everyone. And we'll see you by the game screen in just a sec. Alright, let's go. Best part about this game, the title screen. Well, generally, I always fire up my games ahead of time, you know, to make sure everything's working and, you know, I haven't got to load anything during stream. And it's funny, some games just do not like to be alt-tabbed, and some games do not necessarily have like a fantastically looping title screen, like the music maybe has a stopping point, goes quiet for a bit. This game's fantastic. I have been jamming out to this song for the past 25 minutes and I could not be happier about it. So, let's go ahead and get ourselves into Crash 1. So I'm gonna game will overwrite the autosave slot. Sure, why not? Actually, you know what? Disable autosave. Why not? We ain't gonna be saving. We just want to see the credits and be done with it. 39.1 degrees Celsius, like a door's ship. Now, so like the Enterprise and wait, 39.1, that is extremely hot. That is like very uncomfortable. I would not want to be in that temperature.
Will be my general. He will lead my Cortex command.
Man, I love Cortex, by the way. I know he's got like a few different voice actors, but they're all so good.
We are closer than ever before. Quickly, into the vortex!
Fun fact about Dr. Cortex as well, he's been confirmed to be using Rogaine, which is like a men's... I'm not sure if it's like a hair loss or hair growth serum, I think. I don't know which one it is. But he's on the side of his head only, that's why he's so bored on top, I guess. Have you done all 3 months before? I have not, actually. I've completed, each of them 100% in one sitting before. I've never actually, like, tried to do the whole trilogy, so...
Prepare the
we'll see how it goes. Also, I'm sure the internet is very normal about the female Bandicoot. Who am I kidding? When it comes to the female Bandicoots in Crash Team Racing, I am not normal about them. I'll try uncompleting and play the entire game in reverse. Alright, so we're just gonna just breeze through the game, frankly. I'm not too worried about getting everything. We're not even gonna try and 100% the level. We just want to see the credits as quick as we can, basically. It is, for the record, 11:19 based on my computer's clock, so we'll see what the computer's clock says by the time we're done with this. It's really weird going back to the first game, though, because you have so many best moves available compared to the later ones. Like, literally, this game is just jump and spin. You don't get skids, you don't get double jumps, you don't get bazookas. You're just on for a walk. Actual walk. Man. They really do not make the likes anymore. I really wish they did. Crash 4 was good. Oh my gosh, take a leaf! Welcome in, Raiders! I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. Hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. Bear with me a second while I just give you a shout, of course. We are here today to try and complete the entire trilogy because it's my birthday and it's one of my favourite games of all time. So I figured, what better way to treat myself than by replaying a game I absolutely adore. So I hope you had a wonderful evening yourself. You've been a great stream, and if you need to go and do some pushing aftercare, I do understand. Thank you for bringing your lovely community over. I really do appreciate it. We are kind of just getting started. We've been napping for like 20 minutes or so. In fact, more than that. And I'm just trying to get myself... we're just trying to get through the whole trilogy as quickly as we can. Are you familiar with the old Crash Bandicoot commercials? One where he's like right outside into the... Oh my gosh, yeah, just shouting with a megaphone. I really do miss that era. Yeah, of them just like actively beefing with each other. I will never forget my favourite one of those kind of like... Actually, there's 2 really good ones, I should say. This time that was dumb. There was 2 really good ones that I loved. The first one was the Tasmanian Tiger one, where it's literally just Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, and Sonic the Hedgehog in hospital because Ty just brutalized them, I guess. And the other one I love is an old Final Fantasy VII one, which is a magazine advert. It's literally just a still frame of the Junon cannon, and it just says, somebody get the guys who make cartridge games a blindfold and a cigarette. And I was like, oh, that's cheeky, but I kind of like it. which there was some geoguessing showing how bad American geography and Irish dinosaur could be. I could not even begin to imagine how bad that I would be at that. I tried to guess it a couple times, but I'm awful at geography. Unfortunately, when we did geography in school, it was like not really what I would consider like interesting geography. Like literally, we didn't learn where anything was. We didn't learn the names of anything. We just learned, this is a rock. This is a river. This is a river bank. This is how river banks are made. And I'm just like, cool, I guess. Sure. Funnily enough, the one thing I remember... this is a really weird thing to remember. So, I don't know how this happened. But this is my main memory from geography class, right? We had this really cool geography teacher. He was this Australian guy. And you guys ever have like a teacher that will use like a large ruler to kind of get your attention? Like they'll slap it down on the table or use it to point at things. You know, like a meter stick, or I guess in America a yardstick maybe, I guess is what you call it. He didn't use those. He had a lightsaber. This man would literally use a lightsaber, and if you weren't paying attention, he would slap that on your desk to get your attention. He was great. He was a really interesting teacher. Unfortunately, the subject was extremely boring, so I don't remember anything he taught us. That is entirely not his fault. That is literally the subject. However, the one thing I remember about that class was, and I don't know how this came about, somehow he kind of, what's the word? He mentioned to us this video he had, this videotape, about people in, I don't know where it was, I think it was like somewhere in Africa. Again, we're going back several years now. And about people that had, I think they called it goiters. There was like this horrible swollen neck condition. And I don't know why. I have no idea how this came about. But somehow, the idea of him showing this video to the class was like treated as this sort of weird treat. And I don't know why. I think it must have just been that thing of like, you know, teenagers are just like, you know, fascinated by gross out stuff. So the idea of like this horrible, like just like unpleasant medical condition is something that a lot of them are just like super fascinated by. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember if we watched it in the end. I genuinely don't remember if we even got to see it. All I know was that several times it was the idea that he would not show it to us was used as a threat. And I do not understand it to this day. It's one of those things that feels like a dream in hindsight. Like you say it out loud and it sounds absolutely insane. At the time you're just like, you know, this is fine, this is how this works. Why would it not work this way? It'll meet a yardstick, if you don't make our mind in Canada what it's called. That's true, because like in Canada you guys mostly use the same measurements as us, right? Like you mostly use meters, I think. I'm just assuming that because you are like part of the Commonwealth you do. I have no idea actually. You know, we're crushing this so far. We're in the easy stages, of course, but... See, I told you, this game is one that requires very little attention on my part. I just need to have something to do with my hands. If I had a capture card, I would love to sort one of those out. Unfortunately, I don't know what I need to speak to someone. I just started like 3 sentences and didn't finish any of them. So let me slow myself down just a moment and start over again. I need to get myself a capture card at some point so that I can record games that I can't stream on PC. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about capture cards, so I really just to pick the brains of some of my friends that I know do use them to see like what I would need to do that and how I would go about setting that up. Because Crash Bandicoot is one of my favourite series of all time. Crash Team Racing is one of my favourite games of all time. In fact, Crash Team Racing is hands down, far and away, my favourite racing game of all time. I think I've expressed this before. If I'm ever in a voice chat with someone, and you know, we're doing something that doesn't really require my attention, like we're not playing a game or anything, we're just kind of like hanging out and vibing. If I'm just hanging out in a voice chat, I will be doing something with my hands. Like playing a game, just so I've got something to keep myself busy. And if I'm playing a game, there's like a very, very good chance that game will be Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, because that game is like one of my favourites of all time, and I can do that with absolutely no attention whatsoever. Can't quite do it blindfolded, unfortunately, but I can do it without paying any attention. The Cosmos Katos on your throne. I would love to. The problem is I don't know what I'm looking at is the thing. I have a tablet on my phone that because I want to try and get into doing digital art. I love drawing. Unfortunately, my scanner is really bad. I got a new one like a while back and it just blows the colours out of everything. It's really kind of taken the enjoyment out of drawing for me because I can't, scan them in and make them look nice. I want to learn how to do digital art, so I've had that on the phone. That one I only have on there because a wonderful friend, Hazy Nev, I literally just picked her brains. I was like, Hazy, I want to get a tablet, but I don't know what I'm looking at. Can you recommend something for me because I don't know what I'm looking at? I need to do the same thing for capture cards at some point. I need to just go to someone and say, I need a capture card. Can you point me at one that I can just that will work and do what I needed to do? One of the more popular ones is Elgato, just looking for. I've heard of Elgato, but I don't know what the difference is between. But season form Media, because I play a lot of Switch games, but it can be used at any cost. I see. Yeah, I'll definitely post. Maybe I'll pick your brains about it then, because I just don't know what I'm looking at, unfortunately. I'm one of those people that's quite happy to use things, but have no idea how a lot of them work. And unfortunately, capture cards are very much not in my area of expertise. I can tell you how to make a live twin deck, but if you need that, and if you need help with that, I can recommend you how many ratios you'd be running of E-Skill, Frost, and Leader Treats. The answer is 2 and 1. 2 Frost, 1 Treats. And you can even cut the treat, to be honest. It's not even necessary. It doesn't come up very often. Fun fact about Crash Bandicoot, for those of you who aren't super familiar with the series. I think if you are, you probably know this one, but it's a great... thank you for the bits! Thank you so much! A great quote about Crash Bandicoot that not super common, but I think it's fairly well known. In prototyping, Crash Bandicoot was known as the Sonic's arse game. The reason being because the gameplay was a bit like Sonic the Hedgehog, but you're primarily looking at his arse. Because you're running away from the screen. Yeah, oh, thank you, Chris. I said I've got... I do want to swear at some point, but the hard part will be for me when I get that done is how I position it. I don't know whether, I don't know, a lot of boxes. I don't know when it, again, this is how little I know about capture cards. When you're recording off a capture card, do you look at it on your PC screen, or do you have to look at it on the TV? Because I can do either, but my TV's over here. That boy, I'm going to have to rearrange some things to make it not look weird. Oh, hog levels. I love the music in the hog levels. The remix tracks are all pretty good. Some of them are, debatably better than others. I love this one because there's just a bunch of goofy sound effects in it for no reason. It's wonderful. It's just a fun track to listen to. Unfortunately, it's also a little bit of a... Well, it's a bit of a tricky level if you're going for 100%, but I think trying to clear it casually isn't too bad. T-Bash, thank you for the follow! Welcome in, welcome. Oh, well, there we go. So much for not being too bad. Oh, that was terrible. It can't be plugged into the console itself as an HDMI port. I see. So would it then output to the PC monitor? So I could play it on my PC screen, but I made the exact same mistake again. What the hell am I doing? I think it was just poor walking around. Oh my god. It's kind of a shame they never brought back the boar. In Crash 2, the boar gets replaced by a polar bear, and in Crash 3, the polar bear gets replaced by a tiger. You can? Okay, that would definitely make things a lot easier, that's for sure. You know what? If we get that would definitely open a lot of options, because there are a lot of games that I like to play on PC, but there are some games that I just feel are just more natural fits for consoles. I don't know why. But also, it's only rebuying certain games. I actually do own this game on console and PC. I didn't mind buying it again for PC. Because, I love this game. It's one of my favourite games of all time. I think I own Crash Bandicoot 3, the original on... No, not 3. 1? 2? One of them. I own on 3 different consoles. So I have the original, I got it on PSP and PS3. There's a market for new Crash games, not mobile. Oh, absolutely. To my knowledge, I think Crash Bandicoot 4 did pretty well. Hey, Mika, thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome. Yeah, no, genuinely, I think there is. People still love this series. There's plenty of people that still are very nostalgic for this series. And will not pretend to know the sales figures, but I'll say this. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel did so well that they supported it with, like, new content for ages. Like, okay, let me see if I can remember everything they added to that game. They added, I think, 7 new tracks, and God, I don't even want to guess at how many new characters. Like, so many new characters. Okay, there's a character in Crash Bandicoot, in the canon of Crash Bandicoot, who started in Crash Bash. This character is called Rillaru, and I think he's like nobody's favourite character. I think most people actually don't like him quite a lot. I remember Kadikarus referred to him as Gorilla Monkey Anus Face. So, you know, there you go. They put him into Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel, and everyone hated how he looked. Like, he looked really ugly, right? He just did not look like the character he was supposed to be. It was really upsetting to look at. Nobody liked it. And everyone hated it so much, right, that the developers of Toys for Bob, in the next update, they added a second Rillaru and literally called it Fixed Rillaru. They left the original one in-game, just in case you liked that one for some reason. But they added a second version that was the same guy, just with a facelift. If that doesn't say that they, you know, care about the product they're putting out, I don't know what does. Unfortunately, Crash Bandicoot is in fact owned by Activision Blizzard, which means that unless it can make a more $1 billion, we're probably never going to get another release. We can dream. We can hope. But I'll be honest, my hopes aren't that high. Crash Bandicoot trading card game? I don't know about a trading card game. I could say a board game, perhaps. I don't know what you... Something that you... You know what? I know exactly what you do, actually. You could do Crash Bandicoot Monopoly. You know, crystals and gems instead of, like, houses and hotels. But then again, that would mean you have to actually play Monopoly, and I don't think any human being actually enjoys playing Monopoly. Did you guys know? This is a true fact, or at least to my understanding it's a true fact. Monopoly was literally designed to not be a fun game. So if you do not like Monopoly, that is good. That means you are enjoying it as intended, which is to say, you are not enjoying it. You like Monopoly? No, no. Nah, you're valid. At the end of the day, if you enjoy anything, you're valid for whatever reason. That's the thing. I will dunk on things. If you like that thing, then there's some silly little robot on the internet saying you shouldn't. I enjoy winning Monopoly. That is literally the whole point. That really is like the whole point. The idea of... So Monopoly was originally written as a game called Landlord. And the whole thing was supposed to be social commentary. Like, the entire premise of Monopoly is at the end of the game, one person has all the money, everyone hates them, and nobody else is having a good time. That's I'm not... Again, to my knowledge, I'm not deliberately putting this information, but if this isn't true, then I apologise. But to my knowledge, literally the idea was it was meant to be a game to make people aware of the dangers and the nightmares of capitalism and such. And if we have too many friends... True. Although personally, if I want to lose some friends, I prefer Mario Party. Because at least Mario Party is somewhat of a fun game. Although, I've actually never played one Mario Party game, funnily enough. I played 5, I think it was. It was one on the GameCube that had like a weird side mode where you have like a vehicle battle minigame for some reason. It was really strange. Like, it wasn't even bad. Like, it was decently executed for what it was, but like, I just don't know who's playing Mario Party for the vehicle battle minigame. Oh! Right, monkeys do not like being spun when they're spinning. So this is one of my favourite level themes in the game. Just like the vibe of it, I don't know. I think just the water looks so nice, it looks refreshing. Like, obviously, realistically, this would be like horribly polluted and like unpleasant, but like, look how clear it looks. It looks nice. Oh my gosh! 1 second, let me get to a platform. Melanie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Helm-Chan. They're perfectly normal robot May. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes, Melanie. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Let me shout you out, of course. There we go. How are you? We're doing great. We're doing wonderfully. We've been doing Crash 1, and I'm just playing it casually. I didn't really have the time to set up much of anything too super exciting for the birthday, and I didn't have any ideas anyway. So I'm like, you know what? We're just gonna hang out. We're just gonna vibe. We're just gonna play my favorite platform series of all time. And we're just gonna have a good time. Well, but I love us. Well, welcome in, Citrus, and I hope you enjoy the time here as well. I am in fact a perfectly normal robot maid. The birthday is... Oh, let's go! Whoops. That's embarrassing. A second go. I have to try and return the favour if I can. So close on birthdays. It's funny, I know like so many people that have birthdays in February. Like when I went to Japan with my two friends, both of the friends I went to have birthdays in the start of February. I think one of them is the 11th and one is the 9th, I think, or 7th. I'll be honest, I'm very bad at remembering these things, I'm gonna be honest. I have a very bad memory for birthdays. Apart from like Yomi, I only have like one other friend whose birthday I definitely know. And funnily enough, that friend I don't even speak to anymore. Citrus, thank you for the follow, thank you so much. I say I don't speak to her anymore. Nothing bad happened, we just kind of naturally drifted apart over time, you know. I knew her for many, many years, and I think she was like the first online friend I ever made. But the only reason why I know her birthday is my heart, even after not having spoken to her in many years, is because her birthday is the 11th day of the 9th month. So suffice it to say, it's quite easy to remember. In fact, I'd say some people would suggest you should never forget it. Also, here's Ripperoo. We love Ripperoo. Absolute best boy. Best boy who I turned into best girl. Well, I've been doing for a while. One of my favourite things to do for like design challenges is just taking characters that are like as far removed from anime girls as possible and turning them into anime girls. I have done an anime girl with Ripperoo and she's one of my favourites. Yomi adores her. Go! With Astro... Oh, Astro... Oh, man, I really want to play Astro Bot. Astro Bot is one of the games that if I had a capture card for them, I would definitely want to do on stream. Maybe even blind, actually, because I adored the, what was the name of it? Astro's Playroom. I love that game so much. Literally, when I got my PS5 and I played that, I remember vividly saying, I love this so much, I just wish it was longer. It's so good, isn't it? It's so charming. It's so nice. Yes, excellent. Wonderful taste in chat. Let's go. What's 100% done? Let's go. What's your favourite colour? Honestly, I love a lot of them. Generally speaking, yellow. But I also really like this, cyan blue. I also love pink quite a bit. Anything that's kind of like a very neon colour, I'm a big fan of. You guys are fighting over the colour redeems, haha! You fools! I deliberately didn't put any single cooldown on the colour redeems so you can fight over them, and also waste your points! That is another thing I do want to sort out this year. I do want to sort out more redeems. Slightly embarrassingly, actually, I said, like, last year when we were playing Spyro, that I was going to do an RR redeem. I still intend to do so. It has been over a year since I said I intended to do it. The only reason why I have not yet done it is because I want to make like something appear on stream so that I don't miss it, and to make it clear that it's been triggered. And I have just not got around to doing that yet. But the RR redeem will happen. I will promise you guys this. Unfortunately, I am very scatterbrained and very easily distracted, so it doesn't take much to completely make me forget what I'm doing. Where's my thing? She says, does a 200k service tickets would make a day by 100k. Ah, you guys! I'm going to make something really expensive. So what would you guys spend an absurd amount of points on? And what kind of redeems would you guys spend like thousands of points on? What would be an unreasonable amount of points to spend on something? Because I'll be honest, I'm good at coming up with ideas with certain things. And sometimes I'm like really bad at them. And I feel like with redeems, it's something that I want more redeems. I just don't know what to do with them. I'm not creative enough to do anything exciting. I'm not, what's the word? Talented enough to do anything complex. I'll make you stop stream as a redeem. I could do that. Make a redeem to suggest redeems. Damn bats. Actually, you know what? I do have an unfinished redeem, actually. Hold on, let me show you guys this. I I do have my fish redeemed. The model's about to go a bit finicky for a minute because this is not fish, as I said. But oh gosh, which keys is it? I don't use it very often. This one. And this one. Hold on. It's a lot of buffer. Okay, hold on, I couldn't see if it was working. Let's try again. Is it this one? Yeah, spray! And polish. I've had these made for ages. I've had these made for absolutely ages. I just need to get around to finding a sound effect to put with them so I can put them together to make an actual proper redeem for it. That is one of the ones that will be happening. Round points redeemed always fighting for like funny numbers. Chuckle, 69,420 points. funny sex weed number. When you're doing March, you can replay it. You know what? That's actually a very good idea. A few people have suggested that before, and I genuinely probably should put that in. That really would be a good one. You're drawing a chibi for like 500. Ooh, that could be a good one. Because I love doing chibis. Like, I haven't done much art on stream, I'll be honest. And it's not because I don't want to do art on stream, it's just because, like, I need an idea for what I'm doing with it, is kind of the thing. Unfortunately, like, art doesn't always, like, come immediately, but if I have, like, a brief, that could work, yeah. Wow, there are a lot of boxes. These are a great time of it here. $64 boxes, that's a lot. A TF2 medic, it's filthy in there! Ugh. Archimedes? Archimedes nuts! Got him! That wasn't even close to being clever. I can't help it. I have a non-specified condition where I feel compelled to blurt out every D's nuts joke I see, regardless of whether it's funny or not. The plot twist is, they're never funny, but I'm very good at pretending they are. I keep making fun of eventually I'll find a good one. That is true, that is how averages work, eventually. Statistically speaking. You know, this is actually the only level theme I think I got a downgrade in the remake. It's a very slight downgrade. But the original version of this stage theme was like pitch black, outside of like, you know, the areas that you were meant to go. And it did give it a lot more of an ominous vibe. This definitely looks better, but I think the atmosphere is like not quite as good. I don't like this bit one, is it? If it's been as fast to collect as many bosses as possible. It kind of depends. I mean, oh, just ran straight into that. It kind of depends. Obviously, if you... Well, great checkpoint. Obviously, if you are collecting, you know, the Aku Aku masks, that can allow you to do a lot more things that you couldn't otherwise do. Brilliant. Otherwise do by just, you know, taking hits that you could avoid otherwise. Funnily enough, to my knowledge, Crash Bandicoot as a game is not a series that has, like, a tremendous amount of, like... That was bad timing. I have to wait now. There's not, like, a tremendous amount of, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, exploit? Tech you can do? Like, there's tech, but watching a Crash Bandicoot speedrun isn't a million miles removed from watching someone just play the game competently, casually. I believe in the later games, in Crash 2 and 3, there is like a small speedrun tech you can do, which I think it's called like hop sliding after the guy that invented it, where essentially you do a slide. Okay, I just kind of gamble on that going out in time. You do a slide, you return the control stick to neutral, and then you do a spin at the end of the slide. By doing this, you retain the faster speed of the slide while you are still spinning. And it's like very input heavy. It's not like a massive, like obvious speed boost if you look at it. But it does like obviously add up over the course of a run. I hear if you input up, down, left, right, 6, stone crash, nothing happens. Well, did you know? In Crash Bandicoot 1, the original, there was a password system. Because the original Crash Bandicoot came out at the start of the PS1's lifespan. You know, before everyone kind of decided, like, yeah, you really do need a memory card. You know, back before that was kind of a hard rule for games rather than a suggestion. they had a password system. And I can still remember to this date, I'm going to rattle it off now, while playing this game so you can tell I'm not cheating. The 100% password for Crash Bandicoot 1 on the PlayStation 1 is triangle, 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 X, square, triangle, 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 square, X, triangle, circle, triangle, 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 circle, square, triangle, X, 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 X. You can click up and check me if you don't believe me. I know that password off by heart because I was really bad at Crash Bandicoot 1 as a child. I never actually finished that game as a kid. Also, the PS1 version of Crash is also just like very brutally difficult because to get any of the box gems, you need to get all the gems whilst also, pardon me, whilst also not dying a single time. Thankfully, the N.Sane Trilogy did reverse that decision. Oh, whoops. But they kept it for one level in the game, and the level they kept it for was quite cheeky, actually. The level Sunset Vista is like the longest level in the game. And it has, I think it's the yellow gem or the orange gem. They kept the no death restriction as the requirement to get that gem. Which, it's a bit cheeky that they did it on like the longest level, but at least they removed it from most of the other ones. I come to it real quick, Penny said, but an elbow from Sesame Street! I didn't even know Sesame Street characters had canonical birthdays, I'll be honest. Not sure how I feel about that. I mean, I can think of worse people share birthdays with. Unfortunately, my birthday being the 3rd and not the 2nd is slightly unfortunate because it does mean that my birthday isn't 2-2. Because then I'd have been like the perfect sprite support. Although, did you know? And if you didn't know, how dare you? Frog the Jam shares a birthday with me. Not the original, unfortunately. Not the original Frog the Jam. However, last year in Japan, they reprinted Frog the Jam as a secret rare. And the reprint came out February 3rd. My birthday. It was like a sign from John Konami himself. Unfortunately, because it's the Japanese printing, the name is in fact Keru Suraimu rather than Frog the Jam, but let's be honest, you can never have too many copies of Frog the Jam. Although I do need to get some more copies of Frog the Jam. I only have the English and Japanese printings. I need to get every language version. I need the Spanish version, which I believe is Seppo Viscoso. I need the German version, which is Schleimkrut. I need the French version, which is Krapow Slime. And I unfortunately don't remember any of the others beyond that. But hey, that's not bad, right? Like, that's mildly impressive that I know 4 alternate language names off the top of my head. You gotta give me credit on that. That's another thing that's on my list of things to do this year. I do want more emotes, and some of them will definitely be Frog the Jam. The one emote that I've had in my mind for ages, and I just haven't got around to it again, sorting out, commissioning it, etc. I really want to get a Frog the Jam emote where he's pogging. Because the unfortunate thing is, for my construction is, as I have no mouth, I cannot pog. Like, there are certainly a lot of expressions that I'm capable of doing, but unfortunately, pogging is not one that I am capable of. I cannot pog. So I want to get a Frog the Jam emote where he is doing the pog on my behalf, and the emote will be called Pog the Jam. That way we get to have a pun involved as well. For some reason, Frog the Jam is... Yes, so I've told this story before, but I can tell it again. I will never tire about talking about Frog the Jam. So the reason why Frog the Jam is not part of the Frog archetype, and why they eventually had to rename him to Slime Toad, which we don't like to use that term around here. It's kind of a slur. Would prefer if you didn't use it. So the reason being, the Japanese name for Frog the Jam is Keru Suraimu, which translates roughly to frog slime or toad slime. Now, the important thing to know here is it starts with the character Ka, Keru Suraimu. When they made the frog archetype in Japan, that archetype was called the Geru archetype as a ga instead of a ka. Because it is written with the ga instead of the ka, Karu and Geru are separate words. Therefore, it's not the same archetype, even though they basically mean the same thing. As a result of this, Frog the Jam had to be renamed and excluded from card text because otherwise it would create fringe cases where if you were playing in Worlds format, you could use, say, you could use something like, say, Substitute on Frog the Jam instead of a legal target, and the Japanese player would go, eh? I say that like a meme, but like I genuinely, I never get tired of seeing like Japanese people react that way. We're just like, like 5 times in a row. I don't know why. I find that genuinely really charming. It's really adorable. There are a handful of other cards that receive a similar treatment. The most famous other one, I think, would be the card that was originally released under the name of Harpy's Brother, which got renamed to Sky Scout because, again, it originally had nothing to do with the Harpy archetype, and heaven forbid Harpies use Unexpected to Die to summon anything that wasn't a Harpy lady itself. Maybe Harpy's Brother has, like, bigger stats, I don't know. DC Majima fears Frog the Jam. There is an article on, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the parody website Hard Drive. There is an article, it's not hard to find, of them writing, like, dang it, a fake report from, like, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Event where people get absolutely destroyed because the headline is something along the lines of meta in shambles after Konami forgets to print except Frog the Jam on one Frog card. The part about this that gets me the most, though, is this article came out shortly after I started streaming, I believe. And as I always say, we do not accept Frog the Jam. We do not exclude Frog the Jam. We accept Frog the Jam. And that article makes that exact same pun. Now, I'm not here to claim that the hard drive stole from me because they almost definitely didn't. It makes you think. You never know. I can't prove they did. But they can't prove that they didn't. Well, I keep forgetting these comedian guys have like really weird hitboxes where they bounce you if you don't jump on them. But only sometimes, like they're kind of janky. Oops. That was dumb. I need to look into what else we can jam Frog the Jam into. Like, I know the new Primate cards are normal monster support, but I have no idea if they're just generic monster support or if they're like high-level normal monster support. I haven't read any of them yet, I'll be honest. I kind of have like a really bad habit of only reading cards once they hit Master Duel because that's mostly how I'm playing these days. Which we will be doing on Thursday, of course. If you enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! And you're new here, we will be playing some Master Duel on Thursday and doing some viewer duels. So if you'd like to have some games against me, we'd love to see you there. And of course, if you are new here, !Discord, we do have a Discord. I'm very active there. It's always the best way about knowing, the schedule, when I'm going live and all that stuff. If you enjoyed yourself here and you'd love to hang out more, we'd love to have you there. Hey Falcon, welcome in, welcome, you're doing well. Thank you, Chris, thank you so much. I'm to play Tenpai. I love Tenpai. Okay, so I'll admit, I haven't been playing Master Duel lately, off stream, admittedly. It's kind of become just a stream game for me at this point, and that's fine. But I have to ask, how are things ever since they hit Tenpai again? Like, are people still just coping on Tenpai? Is it still annoyingly good? Oh, it hasn't happened yet. Oh, I thought that ban was already hit. My bad. I thought that ban was happened over Christmas, didn't it? I thought the new ban, the upcoming ban was the one with Max C. I thought the Tenpai hits had already happened. Again, I could be wrong. I don't pay close attention to that. And you're like, I see. Gotcha. Oh, there's more Tenpai hits. Good. I mean, good, frankly. I want Tenpai players to be broken. You know how, like, tournament players... I've said this a few times. You know how tournament players keep playing the deck despite the fact there's, like, 5 playable tournament names total? But there's somehow something, like, weirdly admirable about their commitment to the deck, you know? Like, yeah, the deck is still annoying as hell. But, like, at this point, it's not really, like, that unhealthy, because There's a lot of ways to stop it. There's not enough names for it to be consistent, you know. But there's something admirable about the way they just keep playing the deck, like they've made it their pet deck. You respect it on some level. Nobody says that about Tenpai players. Literally nobody. Nobody is sad that Tenpai gets hit, apart from the Tenpai players. There's like Perfect and Amazing GBO2. Oh man. I haven't played that one in a hot minute. I think I stopped playing GBO2 regularly around the time... gosh, what was it? I think the last time I played GBO2 was around the time they added the red Hayakushiki into the game. And even then, I only played for like a week or two. Before then, I was only like the last time I was playing regularly, I think, was around the time they added like the concept of 4 stars, something like that. Unfortunately, I like GBO2. I think it's a very fun game. I think it's got a lot of unique things to it that I do enjoy. I think for a gacha game, it's got a lot of interesting systems. My problem with GBO2 is entirely subjective. It's not at all like a game design thing. I just prefer the low-cost lobbies. I think that I enjoy the game more when everyone's running around in like clunky mobile suits that can like barely dash without getting overheated. I just find that slower, more methodical style of gameplay a lot more enjoyable. Now, granted, this might be because I play the gym cannon. I'm a dirty support main, and my ideal gameplay loop is one where I'm standing 50 miles away and just shooting people in the knees while they cannot respond. That might be why I enjoy that level. But I'm not going to change the fact that I enjoy it. Hey, Dragon Ball Caboose, everyone's birthday today. It's funny, loads of people have a birthday in February, it seems. That's not until it's because I like the art. You are valid. Honestly, card artwork is a very valid reason to pick any archetype. I mean, that is the reason why I play the decks I play for the most part. Like, okay, I will say, I do like Sprite. I think it's a very fun strategy with a lot of interesting, bizarre tech you can run in it, which I think is quite fun. And I do like, you know, what they're able to accomplish. They're a very fair deck. But I'll be honest, I probably would not have looked at Sprite anywhere near as much as I did if it wasn't for the fact that they play very nice with Evil Twin, and Evil Twin key skill is definitely my absolute real girlfriend, for real, for real. Look, Lila and her are just roommates and you can't prove otherwise. Just saying. They're just besties. Totally platonic besties and nothing more. You cannot prove that I'm wrong on this. Platonic beasts! God, to support John too. My favorite puzzle card eyes like superior evading through. You know what? I need to take something out of this level. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys something dumb. It's not even that funny. I will preface this. This is not even that funny, but I need to show you something very dumb that I made a while back. I'll wait for that minecart to clear. There we go. Alright, I'm going to show you guys something dumb. Bear with me a sec. This is not worth the hype, it's not that exciting, but I don't care. When else am I going to get a chance to show this? Where is it? Where did I save this? I'm certain I saved this somewhere. Hold on. Is it under... Fine, brother. I'm trying to find an image I made. It's a dumb meme. It's not even that funny. But again, when am I going to get a chance to show this off? It's under this folder. But my folder architecture is an absolute disaster. It always starts off so good, doesn't it? You know, you get a new computer, you transfer over the things that you need to transfer over, you think, this time is the time. This time I will keep all of my folders organized, and I will know where everything will be, and it will be wonderful. And then that lasts maybe like a year if you're lucky, maybe less, probably less. Okay, I think it's in this folder. Or maybe it's not in this folder. Where the heck did I save this? Hey, this really isn't even that funny, but I want to show you guys it regardless. I'm committed to the bit now. Hold on. No, I think I know how to find this one. Wait, is it in this folder? Oh, I have two to show you, actually. I forgot about the second one, so... Fuck it, I'm gonna share some dumb memes with you guys. So, you know, I like making memes from time to time. I think it's funny. I'm not very funny, but it's not gonna stop me, so, here's a meme. This, you can tell the age of this meme based on the context of the meme. Again, I'm not gonna claim that I am funny, but I am gonna claim that this makes me laugh. Playing in the shitty little gym cannon and just bullying Zaku's is very, very funny. But the one this wasn't even the one I was looking for, actually. But I found more that I'd forgotten I'd made, so we're gonna kind of share some memes real quick while we're here. So here's a very timely Gundam Turn A meme. Jim Gingham or something. I don't care. I've never seen Turn A. Doesn't even make sense. It's not even spelt the same. It's barely even pronounced the same. But I don't care. My sense of humor is broken. This is the sort of thing I find funny. But the one I was actually trying to find. This was the one I was actually trying to find. That's one. Okay. I'm like slightly proud of this one because this one, you know, took at least a little bit of effort. I fear no mobile suit, but that thing, it scares me. I wanted to point something out because no one's gonna care apart from me. I made this meme before GBO2 PC came out. I had to find a screenshot and trace this UI for the reticle firing the cannon onto this GOG just to make this meme. It wasn't worth it. Like, I think I posted it on Reddit and it got like maybe like 100 upvotes or something, not much, but like, I don't care. I find it funny. Anything else worth sharing while we're here? Might as well have a quick peek in this meme. Okay, one more, and then I'll stop. Sharing my shit memes. For those unfamiliar, I'm a big fan of Digimon. I love me some Digimon. However, a lot of Digimon names actually get changed when they get localized. For example, why am I drawing an example when I need one? Scorpiomon. In the English version, the Digimon is called Scorpiomon. In the Japanese version, it was Anomalocarimon or something. It's based on like the Paleozoic creature. Zen, Dukemon, you are correct. There was a very particular reason why I was avoiding saying Dukemon though. Dukemon or something. IDK, Nihongo wa hanasemasen. It's not even funny. It's really not funny. God damn it. I can't help but crack up looking at this stupid image. It's really not even funny. But god damn it, I love this one. Why are you here? Why do you people support this? Why are you enabling this? Alright, enough of my absolute shit tier memes. Let's return to Crash Bandicoot. Oh man, I don't know why I'm laughing so hard at these. They're not even fun. I made them myself. They're my own jokes. I'm laughing at my own jokes. Oh my goodness. Dukemon, use your nukem attack! Reject memes, return to video games. Man, I love making like just really dumb memes of things. I should really make something for... This is a shortcut. I remember this one now. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is a shortcut. This might be like a hidden thing for boxes. Okay, yeah, it's actually the opposite of a shortcut. It actually takes you back. I should really make something for the Master Duel memes at some point, though. I mean, you know, if you can just like write "pop the baby" in Spanish and make Fafa crack up, then surely I can do it as well, right? Can't be that hard. This is another level theme that I don't know. It looks good. I like this level theme. It doesn't feel better or worse, but somehow the vibe for this level theme feels very different to the PS1 one for me. I don't know why. I'm not sure what it is. I want to say the PS1 had a more green colour scheme for some of this level, but I'm not even sure that's correct until I played it. Digimon to Internetomon. Oh man, I can't wait for them to make Tokenmon non-fungible mode. I That's a very topical reference, isn't it? Yes, we're still not doing NFTs. No, I think we're even bored of that by now. Actually, I think even the NFT drones are bored of NFTs at this point. NFTs nuts, got 'em. In a weird way, it's a shame that the NFT, like, you know, dunking on isn't so common these days, because it would be really funny if they just made, like, you know, a Digimon that's like a parody of like NFTs, and he's just like shit. He's like absolutely awful. He's like Numamon. He's the new Numamon, and it's just dunking on NFTs. I don't think they'd do it, but it would be extremely funny. XVmon simply being the new Twitter mascot. Speaking of like a Vmon line, I haven't actually got it yet, but I know they did a. Okay, let me start the sentence over. As always, I'm kind of jumping ahead in the sentence and losing my place on it slightly. I think I'm overclocked slightly. I think that's the thing. You guys got me overclocked at the start of the stream. I'm all hyper. There is a Digimon model kit line, which is wonderful. It is called the Figure Rise Amplified line, and there's like about a dozen different Digimon available in it now. You've got, let's see, you've got Metal Greymon, War Greymon, Metal Garurumon, Gallantmon, Beelzemon, Imperialdramon Pad Mode, which is kind of just a repaint, Machine Dramon, Shine Greymon, and the one I was getting to was, there's a Pyildramon one. And I have to be honest, as a kid, I didn't really like Pyildramon much. I kind of felt like it just felt like a very ham-fisted kind of DNA form. But I really like this redesign. It actually really works for me. I've been to bed again. Happy birthday. Build day, mother. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you again for the gifts. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Take care of yourself. I was like, hello, Nethers. Welcome in. Welcome. Remember the name of the Digimon that's with a bomb with limbs in Japanese, but in the version is in English? Yes, actually, you are referring to Nanimon. So Nanimon is a Digimon that has two forms. There is the original, and then there is it's called Bomber Nanimon. And Bomber Nanimon, I might be wrong on this, but I think Citrusmon is actually canonical at this point. I think Citrusmon began as like a censorship thing, but they actually like made it an official Digimon. And it's quite neat, because Digimon do this quite often actually. There was a Digimon called Systemon. Well, a few Digimon called Systemon, I should say. There is Systemon Noir, who is a nun with dual pistols, who has a black outfit. There is Systemon Blanc, who is a nun with a white outfit, and she's got like a staff. And they were worried that for some reason that wouldn't fly with the American audiences. So they censored them. They turned Systemon Noir into Systemon CL, who has a slightly less nun-themed outfit, but she still very much looks like a nun, because she's wearing different colours. And they gave her a katana instead of guns. And Systemon... What's the other one called? I forget what the other one's called. Actually, did they censor Systemon Blanc? I'm actually not sure about that. But either way, I think maybe Systemon Blanc got let off without being censored. The point I'm getting at here, though, is they actually turned Systemon CL into an actual Digimon in her own right. She even appeared in Ghost Game, and it was actually really good. She was a lot of fun, actually. I liked her. They gave her some other differences to her design. They gave her, like, bangs over one eye, gave her a katana. It's a really good way of doing things, honestly. I like the approach of, we have to censor this, but you know what? We're not going to make it worse. We're going to just take it on the chin, we'll make something new, something cool, and we'll just make a new Digimon out of it. Fuck you. Who says we can't just make a new Digimon? We'll do it. I love Digimon so much, man. My only complaint of Digimon as a series is I wish there was more of it to interact with. Like, the last game we got was Digimon Survive, and, as you can tell by the sharp intake of breath, I did not care for Digimon Survive, and I don't think many people like Digimon Survive much. As Digimon TCG1. I've said it before, I'll say it again. As soon as they release a client, as soon as they release an official client, because here's the thing. Here's what I'm at with it, right? I have no problem with using, like, third-party clients and such. However, the problem with a third-party client in my mind is I don't like the idea that the support could drop because like some guy's computer crashes one day or whatever, you know? I like the reassurance of a company behind it. I'm sure that I know there was like a fan-made client, someone's actually shared it with me before. I'm sure that like the client's good. I'm sure it's all legit and stable. I just feel way more secure about downloading, you know, an official client than downloading, hey, totally trust me, bro, this is a Digimon TCG client. You can trust me, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Again, I wouldn't want them to think that it is in any way unreasonable, unmalicious, or anything like that. But I just like to err on the side of safe than sorry. I went through my phase of being an idiot teenager and downloading things I shouldn't be downloading and ruining the family computer. And now, if I ruin the computer, I have to pay for it myself, so I'm not inclined to risk that anymore. Hey guys, welcome in! We playing the Naughty Dog's best game, we certainly are. We're going to play all three of them, in fact. Funnily enough, you say Naughty Dog's best game. I've never played the Uncharted series, and I never will. And here's the thing. I have no idea if I'd like them. I don't think they're necessarily my kind of games. I don't know if I would really have a good time with them. But I never will play them. For the dumbest of reasons. Because in my mind, they're part of the reason why we don't get Crash Bandicoot games anymore. I know they made like other games before Uncharted. I'm fully aware of that. But I'll never forgive them. I'll never forgive them for what they did to Crash Bandicoot. Or what they didn't do, I should say, i.e. not making more games. But a great story and character, you've got to really love visual novels. Yes. I think Survive was the game that kind of made me realise that I don't like visual novels as much as I thought I did. I like Phoenix Wright games, but I don't think I like visual novels as a general rule. Although, I did like, what was that one visual novel game, the free one? The one with like, like all the girls are in like a... They've got like, you know, disabilities, you know, one's deaf, one's blind. Katawa Shoujo, that's the name of it. I did play that one, I did enjoy that one. I think part of it is, again, the length. Like, that game was paced way better than People Survive, in my opinion. It's just been hyped up that much, I don't think... Oh, Last of Us, yes, yeah, Last of Us I have no interest in, I'll be honest. That one is one where, like, I know I would not like that one. That is definitely not my cup of tea. I'll be honest, there's certainly a lot of games I probably would enjoy the mechanics of. Oops. I just don't like the aesthetic. It's a very extremely shallow thing to complain about, I'm fully aware. But like, there are a significant number of games where I will look at them and I'll just be like, I don't really care for this game. I don't like how these characters look. I don't like this aesthetic. If they were anime as fuck, I probably would enjoy it. But they're not anime, so unfortunately I will be passing. Oh, whoops. He did a sturdy show, very low kind of taller. Oops. Right, he wasn't reloading. Fun fact, so this is a weird boss, right? Even as a kid, I thought this boss was really weird. This chair here, there is no other point in this entire game where hiding behind an object is something you have to do. There is no indication that standing behind this chair will grant you immunity to the bullets. In fact, in the PS1 version, I remember the perspective of the camera being like a little bit different, and it even like looks worse. Like it looks like you will not dodge the bullets behind the chair. No, I think it's super important. It is, it really is. It's kind of why, you know, again, Magic the Gathering. Now, I'm sure there probably is a Magic the Gathering deck that I would enjoy playing. I just cannot get with the art style. That sort of like generic Western fantasy vibe is just... I don't vibe with it, it's just not for me. Like, Lord of the Rings, for example, like, it's fine. I enjoyed the movies okay, but like, I could never really get into it beyond just watching like the movies, you know? I've never seen a significant amount of time just like playing a Lord of the Rings video game. I could never see myself doing that. Hey Benny, how's the Crash go? It's going well. I mean, we're kind of crushing it, I think. We were chatting for like a while before we started Crash 1. Oops. So I think we've probably been on Crash 1 for like... maybe an hour? Not quite, I think. Who knew if I was a Magic the Gathering player? Well, unfortunately, I will only respect someone who is a Yu-Gi-Oh player. We need to settle all political disputes through Yu-Gi-Oh duels. Next time we have an election in England, rather than voting for our MPs, I want to see Labour face down the Conservatives, and I want to see who wins the Fiendsmith mirror. Just saying, you know, it clearly demonstrates their ability to make good decisions. Oops. Oh, one of these hard as a teenager. I think I read the teacher about a dozen times. They're still reading about 10, Hobbit about 3. I've never read them, but the funny thing is, I've actually read parodies of them. I remember when I was kind of like a teenager, it was kind of around the time that like Lord of the Rings and then blew up. And I remember a friend of mine had a book called Board of the Rings. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm not here to recommend Board of the Rings. I don't remember any of it. Oh my god, what the hell am I doing? I don't remember any of the book at all. I don't remember any of the story, I don't remember any of the jokes. It might be absolute garbage, and I suspect very strongly that if I was to look back at it, I would cringe very heavily at that book. But I remember reading Lord of the Rings, The Soddit, instead of The Hobbit, and The Cellamillion. All I remember about the Cellamillion was that the whole like overarching joke was, yeah, we're just poking fun at Tolkien for like cashing in on his franchise, basically. Which I have no idea how true that is. I don't know the Silmarillion at all. I don't even know what it's about. But yeah. Hey, Desiree, hope you're doing well and happy early birthday. It's my birthday today, yeah, welcome in, welcome. Mr. Speaker, Sigma Sparkle sounds like absolute malarkey. Sweet Dixie Cup hat, all this. Yeah, oh, you gotta have the classics, you gotta stick with the classics. And it glows in the dark. By complete accident, but it does glow in the dark. Yeah, the one deck that, like, if I ever do play Magic the Gathering, if anything ever tricks me into playing Magic the Gathering, it will be because someone has hooked me up with a deck that allows me to play Sharktoprat. That is the only Magic the Gathering card I've ever seen, and I've gone, ooh, yes, you. I want to play this card specifically. I don't know what it does. I don't know how good it is. It might be unplayably awful, but I want to play Sharktoprat Turbo. Or Sharktoprat Control. I don't know which. I have no idea what the deck does. Maybe it's a control deck, maybe it's an aggro deck. I have no idea. Scrotor the Bulbarian. A fantastic name, sir. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. I have to play Turbo about one card in a 99 card format. Look, Magic's all about searches, right? Like, you guys just shoot at everything, right? Surely you can search Sharktoprat. I refuse to accept that there's not a card in Magic the Gathering that can search Sharktoprat. There has to be something. I'm not saying that you'd want to do it, or that it would be good to do so, but there has to be something. Because I can search the Draco, so yes, there we go, exactly. We will play Sharktoprat Turbo, and then I will run Sherazard and Cheaty Face. There we go. That'll be my deck. Cheaty Face Control. I don't know why, I just love putting control on the end of any deck. It doesn't matter what the card is, it could be anything at all. Like Frog the Jam Control. I don't know, it just makes it sound so much like an actual strategy, even when you're just saying words. What decks are your deck? Yeah. Blue probably is what I would play, because I know blue is all about like control and counterspelling and just not letting the other player play the game, which is Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think I would be quite at home with that. Although again, that was not my experience with the starter set, unfortunately. That starter set's blue decks were, well, one of them was good, one of them was awful. I have no idea what the point of those pirate cards were. Ah, yes! If you summon this card after you've attacked this turn, you get to draw a card. Ignore the fact that these things are so small they would die in combat, but you know. Some lad made a PvE entity over to every card of the... Wait, is this the, Wait, that sounds like... Oh god, what's that game called? What is that game called? Shit, I know this game. I've seen Projad play it. What's it called? It's really good, it's really cool. What is that name of that game? Ah, it's bugging me now. Somebody help me. What is the name of that old Magic the Gathering PC game that is like a Magic the Gathering game but also an RPG? Where like your max life increases over time. Shadowlar, that's the one. Yes. That. I want that for Yu-Gi-Oh! I want a Yu-Gi-Oh! Version of that game. have not played that game, but the existence of that game single-handedly makes me jealous of the Magic players, because that is the coolest thing ever. Right down to like the little whatchamacallit, what's the name of it? The little intro video where they're like teaching you how to play Magic the Gathering. It's like just these two actors, and they're like, I'm going to now destroy your monster, and they're like, ouch, that hurt. Just very dry. It's so good, it's so funny. Honestly, we should get that for Yu-Gi-Oh! We should get, like, John Konami, get the voice actors in, record how to play the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game with, you know, Eric Stewart and all the other voice actors. People would watch that even if they already know it, just to see them do funny voices. I really lucked out on that, I was just kind of gambling, that was a good time. When you arc enemy set, there's a fun one person literally playing a raid boss. Oh, 3-on-1, that's me, actually. Can I try the other called Forge? I see. It sounds, I get the impression from how you're describing it that someone was inspired, shall we say. But that's not a problem, of course. Oh, that's, okay, good. Didn't mess the timing there. That is one thing I will say as well that I'm jealous of Magic is, I'm jealous of Magic that they have different ways to play, well, I guess, yeah, different ways to play with it, I guess. Basically, ways to play different games with the same cards they already own. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! We have, what, Speed Duel, and even then, Speed Duel's got like a very curated list of cards. Like, you can't just show up to Speed Duel playing Cashier right now. Could you imagine, though? Could you imagine Cashier in Speed Duel? Holy shit. I mean, I guess in theory they'll get Duel Links eventually, right? God, Shangri-La in Duel Links is gonna go fucking crazy. Like, I think you actually could do a full zone lock it with Shangri-La without, Diablosis. As in Runic is Speed Duel. I'd rather not, but you make a good point. Not as fun, 4 players but no teaming. See, the problem I think with Commander, conceptually, and, yeah, it's all very well saying no teaming, but the issue I have with, like, multiplayer competitive games, and there is no solution to this. There is no easy way of fixing this issue, is, let's say you're playing a multiplayer game, competitive, and let's say it's an elimination game, you know? You know what, that's actually, I'm gonna run that back a bit. That is my problem. Elimination games. Whoops. Elimination games is what my problem is with it, not with competitive games. Something like, say, I don't know, let's think of it as an easy game. Snakes and Ladders. Sure, we'll go with that. Snakes and Ladders, that's fine, because Snakes and Ladders, the game ends when someone wins. I don't like games that are multiplayer competitive games where the game ends after everyone apart from one player has lost. Now, there are some exceptions. I do like Red Dragon Inn, but I think it's a lot of fun. But my inherent problem with that format is once you get down to the last 3 players, at that point, often it boils down to the 3rd player decides who wins. Not always, no. Sure, there are plenty of games that have mechanics to stop this sort of thing happening. But often, like, if you're playing a game where you can get knocked out and out of the game, if you are player 3, you can decide, you can see the game state, you can see the writing on the wall, and you can see, like, oh yeah, I'm going to be out of this in a turn or 2. I'm going to just use all of my turns and all of my resources to just ruin player 1's game as much as physically possible so that player 2 wins. And it's a thing where it's like, you can say that, you know, just don't do that. Like, yeah, that's a bit of a scummy thing to do. But it's really hard to police that. Like, how do you police that? Like, you can't just say, well, you're going to be out next turn, so you have to play, like, equally fairly, so you just have to target every player with 50-50 cards. Like, that doesn't work. You can't police it. I think I've heard people refer to this as king-making. Yeah, with king-makers, yeah, king-making. Like, some games obviously make it a lot easier than others to do this, but, I don't know, it always rubs me the wrong way when it happens. Like, whenever I play Red Dragon Inn, I always try to look at the game state, and I like to try to avoid getting one player out early, even though that's not to my advantage. Like, if I've got a card that does damage, I'll look at everyone's HP and say, okay, well, you've got the most HP, so I'm gonna hit you, you know? Which does sometimes end up spitballing or snowballing rather, into everyone looking at that player and going, wait, you've got a lot of HP, and then that player just eats a bunch of cards all at once. If I want to play with Keymakers, yeah. That would be, there's not an easy solution to it, unfortunately. That's why my preferred type of games are either competitive games where players have to meet a win condition first. Because that way as well, it's like, even if you're not playing with even if people aren't playing with Kingmaker on it, you know? If you get out really early, well, you just get to sit there watching, like, you know, you are out of the game, your game experience has ended. And depending on the game, like, that could be a significant amount of time of just sitting there watching the other players, you know? So I prefer win conditions over knockouts, generally speaking. I also like cooperative games, honestly. I think there's not enough cooperative board game experiences out there that are particularly good. Which, speaking of course, I am making one of my own. I am playing if you have Tabletop Simulator, !Final Encounter, one word. Me and my friends are actively working on a board game on that game. If you like cooperative games where you fight bosses and have cute characters, give it a try, you might enjoy it. Might enjoy Trilogy Giant then. You can do Trilogy Giant, Cooperative Giant. That's like basically a team game, right? Like 2v2. Is that basically just like, is that basically the same thing as just like tag duels? Or does it play differently to that? Funny enough, like you say Trilogy Giant, I'm not into MOBAs. I did my time in the League of Legends Gulag, I'm not going back there. But I'm not into MOBAs, it's just not my genre. However, I will admit, I almost got tempted back into a MOBA when I heard about the, what's the word? I don't know the character's name, but there's a character, or there was a character, I think the game doesn't exist anymore, in Blizzard's one, which is literally a two-headed giant where two players control him. Cho'Gall, that's the one. You knew where I was going with this, yeah. I have no idea if he was any good, I have no idea if it was actually as fun as it sounds, but I wanted to see what that was like, not gonna lie. I wanted to play to look at the VCR components. I have played one, actually. Me and my friends, oh god, it was a few years ago now, actually. We kept saying we were going to do this again, and we never actually did get around to doing it again. We played Atmosphere, which is a VCR board game, and it is objectively not a very good board game. Like, the rules are not very balanced, but it's fun. That's the other kind of game I like. I like games where it might be competitive, you might be technically aiming to win the game, but you're more ready for the process of playing the game rather than seeing who actually wins the game. You know, things like Jackbox games, Gartic Phone, you know, those kind of games where it's less about, no one actually cares who wins, no one's actually playing to win hardcore. It's just about, hey look, this game's got a VCR tape in it, and there's a man on there with a funny accent who banish you to the black hole. Honestly, Atmosphere is a really goofy time, but it's a lot of fun. What do you say? It's 2v2, but you both play at the same time and share the same field, so you can actually... Okay, so it's a bit like... Whoops. I don't know what I was doing now, I was kind of just not paying attention. A bit like, tag duels, but not quite. One Dub is a great one of those. Oh yes, I played that one actually. A friend of mine had that one. That one was a lot of fun. The only problem with One Dub that I had with it is I don't know what the solution to it would be. I wish it was a little bit snappier. Granted, part of that was because we downloaded like some workshop items for like extra clips, and some of those were like really poorly cut. Like, oh my god, this clip did not need to have 20 seconds at the start of it before the joke hits, you know? But I did have a fun time with One Dub. That was a good one, yeah. When it comes to those kind of like joke-telling games, I'm either like really hot or really cold when it comes to them. Like, either I'll have a run where I just like am on fire and for some reason just have banger after banger and just keep winning somehow, or my brain is just not on the same wavelength as everyone else that evening, and I am like absolute bottom, but I am still giggling at everything I write. There is no middle ground. That said, I will say, as far as like kind of social party joke-telling games go, here's the. I don't know. I don't even know if this counts as a hot take. Maybe it's a hot take. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have come around to this take now, but I do not like Cards Against Humanity. I think it's really bad. There's a very funny parody of Cards Against Humanity called Offensive Adult Party Game, and it entirely summarizes my problems with Cards Against Humanity. That being, Cards Against Humanity is a game that allows people to pretend to be funny and to pretend they are making jokes. But actually, in 99% of cases, you're just laughing at the audacity that someone played a card that has the words "a big black dick" written on it. Like, don't get me wrong, I am not immune to immature humor at all. I can enjoy a hearty chuckle at a fart joke or just the word poop from time to time. But that's not enough to carry an entire evening of party games for me, I'm sorry. Personally, the way I like to play Cards Against Humanity, if you're gonna do it, no pre-written white cards. Like, just write your own answers. Makes the game immediately far more fun and actually forces people to think a little bit, rather than just, this card contains the word fuck in it, so I will play that one. This one contains poop. Poop is funny, so I'll play that. Or the opposite, actually. Like, if you're trying to take it seriously and trying to make jokes, sometimes you get a hand where it's like, oh, this is just a celebrity's name who I have no idea who this person is or what they've done, so I guess I'll just throw this out at random and hope that it just, like, uniquely makes sense to the person who I throw it against. Or the opposite of that, where you are like, oh my god, this is perfect. I got this card with this celebrity name on it. And, like, you know, this person was involved in some drama. I'll play it. At this point, it makes perfect sense because this black card relates to the drama they were embroiled in. And then it turns out the person judging has no idea who it is, and so the joke just completely doesn't land. Like, obviously inside jokes never land, but like, it's just part of the many problems I have with it, I guess. I hate apples. So I hate the game apples specifically. It's kind of fancy, but entirely safe for worlds, and the shock value isn't there. I've never played apples, but I've heard people like talk about it. Funnily enough, when I hear people talk about apples, I normally hear it brought up as being better. But I've never actually played it myself, so I have no, like, you know, strong opinion. One fun game that I do enjoy, actually, I don't actually know if this was a commercial game or if it just exists as a Steam workshop mod. On Tabletop Simulator, there's a very fun, very, very easy to understand game concept called Snake Oil. Really simple game. There is a stack of cards that contain a type of customer. This could be anything. It could be a scientist, it could be a mother, just a person, a title a person could physically have. Oh, dang it. The hitboxes on this guy are really janky, not gonna lie. This is not unique to this version, like the original one, pretty janky as well. Oh my god. There we go. There's a second deck of cards that contains a single word. That's it, just a word. And the game is very, very simple. One person takes a customer card. Everyone else takes, I think it's like 3 or 4 word cards. Also, all these cards are double-sided and you can use either side of them. And the goal is extremely simple. All you do is each of the non-customers must pick 2 cards and combine their words into a product and must then pitch their product to the customer. And the customer decides what's the best one. That's it. That's the entire game. It's not a deep game, it's not a complicated game, but oh my god, we've had some of the best laughs ever out of that game. Far more than I think we've ever gotten out of Cards Against Humanity. I think there's another game that's like similar concept called, I want to say it's called Super Fight, which is like a similar idea, but rather than it being like customers and products, it is like a bad guy is revealed, and you have to play a good guy with like modifiers. Make him better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. So break if you like to do info. Yes, absolutely. If you like the Jackbox game patently stupid, it's basically like that, but you've got more freedom to kind of just go off the rails with it. Ah, dang it. I'll admit, I'm not the greatest at those kind of games, but I do always have a good time with them. Which I think that is an indicator of a good game. Any game that you can be like not particularly good at, but still have a good time at. I don't know, I think that means that the game's gonna be pretty fun, right? Like, there's not too many competitive games where you're having fun even when you're getting completely butt-blasted. Yu-Gi-Oh, for instance. Oh, dang it, right, I forgot he's electrified even though he's being injured. I mean, I haven't played any in ages, but I do quite like the sort of mechanical challenge games, I guess I would describe them as. Things like, gosh, I'm starting to think of any examples off the top of my head. Kaplunk? Do you guys have Kaplunk over there? Is that a game? Jenga, that works. That works. The sort of game where there's like a physical skill that could be applied to it, you know, beyond just strategy. It can be quite fun. Quite funny actually, I was looking at games of that nature recently because, oh, dang it, because of my my sister unit has a daughter unit of her own, and I was trying to look for like something to get her for Christmas, and it's quite funny that without going into like, you know, looking in depth, a lot of children's games are just buckaroo with different characters. Oh, be careful, you only have 54 lives, no! I'm gonna make it. Actually, the lab is like a really mean level. I think there's only like one checkpoint in this entire stage. It's not even that hard of a level once you actually take your time. I'm just kind of like, you know, yapping away and getting easily distracted. Things like that timing there can be a bit awkward. Oh. Speaking of like mechanical challenge games, you ever get that thing where you get like a random YouTube channel recommendation for something that you've never previously watched anything about, and suddenly you go down like a big rabbit hole of just binging that stuff for like a day? I had that happen to me recently with, of all things, a Japanese channel of a guy who is like just really good at crane games. And it's that sort of thing where you look at it and think, wow, that looks so easy, he makes it look so easy, I bet I could do that. And it's like, yeah, no, there is like a 0% chance I would have anywhere near that level of success if I tried. Like I've been watching woodworking YouTube, and you get it, exactly. I had one of these a while back, like a year or so ago, where I went down a rabbit hole of watching, of all things, sea monkeys videos. I have never owned sea monkeys. I think there is a very high likelihood I will never own sea monkeys. But I will sure as hell sit down and watch a 20-minute video about the history of them. Quickest level in the game, by the way. Alright, final boss, and off we go. I have actually got over somewhere, I don't know where it is right now. I bought I actually have a Cortex figure and a Coco figure, because I was in a local supermarket and they were selling them off on like clearance. I think they were just trying to like, you know, clear out their toy section for the year. And they were selling them on clearance for like a absolutely trivial amount of money, like £2 or something. I'm like, you know what? Sure, for that money I'll buy it. I'll buy one, why not? And it's the thing that really threw me off is the packaging refers to him as a Dr. Neo. Not Dr. Cortex, not Neo Cortex, Dr. Neo. And I'm like, that is like the single way you could have gotten that incorrect. That is impressive. I actually did pay a bit of attention there. Oh, dang it. Let's see, monkeys are so average. We're the bee monkeys, the A monkeys. That'll be the next Earth insect, sea monkeys. So there's one you to just go around random arcade playing the crane games and really think how they work. It really is. It's... Okay. At the risk of breaking out that one meme of Thing versus Thing Japan, genuinely, Japan arcades, like, Japanese arcades absolutely fucking cook us over here. Like, their arcades are just so much cooler and actually, like, you know, remotely fair. Imagine there being an element of skill involved in a crane game. What a concept. Like, I know they're not all, like, you know, the same, obviously. But, like, you look at the crane games over here, and they're all the same. Like, they don't do anything creative with the machines. They're always just, you know, crane game, full of items, pick it up and hope that the machine is ready to pay out, you know? I love seeing Japan, like, the weird and wonderful things that they set the crane games up to do. I remember very vividly, actually, dang it! I remember very vividly the very first time we went to Japan.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
In one of the arcades, they had one of the crane games with, like, the two claw arms, right? But they had set it up where the idea was you had to use the arms to cut a rope, and they had literally just taped a knife to the arms of this machine. I'm like, there is no way in hell that would ever be allowed over here, because you'd get someone breaking the machine and grabbing the knife and doing God knows what. Absolutely unbelievable. I do, because they even allow you to ask for help because they want you to win. Yeah, they want repeat customers. That's the thing. If you go to an arcade and you win, you're gonna go back to the arcade. And if you're running the arcade in a sensible manner, you're gonna still turn profit off of it. Dang it. It's also like the small things, like
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
in their arcades, they're like like vending machines, you know? And it's just like, yeah, what a great way of getting a bit of extra income for the place. Put a vending machine in there. In fact, I remember one day when we was in Akihabara, at one point, we literally went into an arcade just because we knew there was a vending machine in there to grab a drink. And also to get out of the sun for a little bit, it was blooming hot that day. I spent like 20 minutes once on doing a Miku crane game thing, and just utterly fucking the entire time. To get rid of the spare change and I didn't want to bring back. I didn't. The whole time there, some guy was watching me. He was too shy to say anything. I did my crane game in Japan. I did exactly one where I won a prize, which was I got my Bochi plushie. And the absolute punchline for me getting the Bochi plushie was it took me quite a bit to get it. I think it was about like... Okay, I think it was about 2,000 yen I spent on it in the end. Thing is, like, I was at the end of the holiday at this point. It was a case of, like, I've bought everything major I'm gonna buy, you know? At this point, it's like, you know, just spend the rest of the money so I can, you know, not bring it back to the thing. And, the punchline was, of course, immediately after I got the Bochi plushie, we went into a shop and I saw that exact plushie for sale for like half the price I spent on it, so you hate to see it. The machine will just a gotcha punk because you know they're going to get that one shiny plastic. Yes, absolutely. Did you know that in Europe, Japan, America, all different ones? I know they do different varieties. I didn't know they were different. Anyway, there's one game down. We're just skipping the credits here. We're blitzing through. We're 2 hours in and with one game down. But... and off to the best one. Crash Bandicoot 2. Vortex Strikes Back. It's funny, this was actually my first Crash Bandicoot game. I played Crash Bandicoot 1 at a friend's house, and I was blown away by it at the time, because back then, I only had an NES. I kind of skipped the entire 16-bit generation. Skip! And, yeah, so you can imagine going from like 8-bit games to, you know, 32-bit fully 3D games with like voice acting and whatnot. Absolutely mind-blowing at the time. And, yeah, so this was my first one. And funnily enough, for many, many years, I thought my favourite one was 3. It wasn't until I like replayed them years later that I realised that 3 is good. do not misunderstand. 3 is probably like better than a lot of games of its time. We've heard you waffle before, Cortex. We're good. Well. Wells in chat, please. Crash 3 is a good game, but I think Crash 3 is actually the best of the original trilogy. Well, what do we have here then? Thank you, guys. I'm not gonna lie, on some level, I was secretly hoping one of you might have somehow had an emote that was just, oh well. I don't know why you'd have that, but you know. Crash Racing with confused me with my first Crash game. Oh man, I really wanted to like that one more than I did. The overworld for that game was really cool. So like, for those unfamiliar, Crash Tag Team Racing, that was the name of it. That game had like a fully fleshed out overworld, where you kind of ran around doing platforming and stuff to try and get to the tracks. That was really cool. Unfortunately, the gameplay for the racing was entirely broken. So for those unfamiliar, for those of you who haven't played the game, Crash Tag Team Racing had a mechanic where you could fuse with another cart, right? So you push the button, you would start blowing. At that point, you could fuse with another cart, and you would fuse into a giant 2-man cart, right? At that point, one player would take over as the driver, and the other player would get a turret. In fact, they get 2 turrets they could cycle between based on the players that made up the cart. For example, I think Crunch had like a Gatling gun, and Nina had a shotgun. The problem with this was not a permanent arrangement, and you could defuse at basically any time. And the thing is, if you were the player to defuse, the game put your car directly in front of the other player's car. So the strategy for this game became trivially simple.
Well done, Crash.
Well done.
I knew.
All you would do is you would, at the start of the race, you would find, I think it was Engine, because Engine's turret was a homing rocket. You would fuse with Engine. You would take over the role as the gunner, because the AI, when you were fused with them, never messed up the racing. They were pretty much perfect races if you were fused with them. And then, at the end of the last lap, you would just defuse and just steal the win the last lap straight away. And if the AI ever defused with you, you could just refuse with them. I'm not... It's been a while, so I don't remember for sure. I'm not sure if the AI or if the other player had to agree to fuse or not. But if they didn't have to agree, the AI literally never refused it. And as a result, the game just kind of ceased having any challenge at this point, because you would literally just do that every race. And that worked on literally every race in the game. Imagine if Universal still owned Crash. Right now they're partnered with Nintendo World Theme Park. Imagine we had a Crash movie and theme park land. Crash theme park would be so good. There's so many things you could do with that. It would be amazing. I mean, heck, Crash Bandicoot in Smash Bros, you know? Honestly, I'm genuinely astonished we didn't get it. Like, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, maybe even Rayman, like, those would have been, like, such good fits for Smash. I mean, I'm not even a big Smash fan, like, I don't really play it that much these days, but I think we can all largely agree that, like, 99% of Smash Bros. Players would have much as rather we got Crash Bandicoot than Fire Emblem Guy with Sword number 16. I don't even dislike Fire Emblem. I like Fire Emblem. It's actually the only strategy RPG I can play. But come on, did we really need, like, that many Fire Emblem reps that are all just Guy with Sword? Sorry, I take that back. They're not all Guy with Sword. One of them's a girl with a sword. Completely different. Basically a completely new character. Sora! Yeah, Sora was a great fit, honestly. I'm really surprised that they half-assed it. Well, not half-assed it. I'm surprised with the treatment they gave Cloud and Sephiroth. To my understanding, they're the only characters in the entire game that do not have English voice actors, and I don't know why, because they had English voice actors at the time they were added to Smash. I might have the timeline slightly wrong, but I'm pretty sure at that point, the first Final Fantasy VII Remake had come out, so we had an official Cloud English voice actor. I don't know why I changed it. Very strange. Girls versus Swords can be girls with swords. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But see, if I was going to put a Fire Emblem rep into Smash Bros, I'd have done something different. You know? We've got all the protests. Let's get some villains in there. Let's get the Black Knight. Yes, I know Black Knight is just guy with sword, but he's like a big stompy guy in heavy armor. He would play completely differently. Alex, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's get
3 crystals.
Somehow these cutscenes get like unintentionally hilarious when you just cut them off. Cortex shows up. 3 crystals. Leaves. Cortex is just like off his legs right now. He doesn't know where he is. And I didn't get in because I didn't want to do with the Holy Grail references. Alright, are you ready for my weird flex? You ready for my for a very... Okay, I have 2 weird party tricks I can do. And they involve the knowledge of very complicated... No, not complicated, but songs that seem very complicated that I can do off by heart. For example, I can tell you that in the Ultimate Battle of Ultimate Destiny, Chuck Norris was defeated by Gandalf the Great and Gandalf the White and Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Black Knight and Benito Mussolini and the Blue Meanie and Cowboy Curtis and Jambi the Genie, Robocop the Terminator, Captain Kirk and Darth Vader, Lopan Superman, every single Power Ranger, Bill S. Preston and Theodore Logan, Spock the Rock, Doc Ock and Hulk Hogan. It's not even that impressive these days. Like, I don't think people know who half these characters are anymore, but you know. Let's go, we got the skip. That pit there, you're meant to fight those moles and they spawn a trampoline, but if you get it just right, you can kind of cheese it. There we go. I think the spin is necessary there, like somehow the spin gives you like a slight bit of extra height. This was of legal nonsense? Dang it, that wouldn't surprise me. Everything's because of legal nonsense. We haven't got Metabots because of legal nonsense. True story, Metabots. In the West. Only... I don't even know if it's actually been resolved yet. I think it's actually kind of, I think it's still mid-resolution. Oh, what's it going to say this time? Oh, nothing, okay. Sorry, Andrea, you talk too slow. Yeah, there was a legal battle involving Metabots because it turned out some crypto bro just bought the rights to the name Metabots and was using it to push some NFT bullshit. My understanding of that situation is that a ruling has been made that he must surrender the name to Imagineer who own it, but I don't think that's yet happened, so who knows, maybe we'll get lucky, and maybe they will in fact release Metabots in English. I doubt it, but never say never, you know. Also, I'm targeted here, I'm targeted, so some of you may remember I did a collab back in November. A What is Metabots collab, like a primer for, you know, getting into Metabots, right? And here's the thing. Shortly after I did that collab, Kura, who was organising it, he informed me of a Metabot that is about as close to Evil Twin Keyskill in Metabot form as you're going to get. It's literally a pink-haired succubus Metabot. It's literally targeting me. I am specifically being targeted. If I had a nickel for every single time a franchise that I was into as a child lured me back in with the promise of a cute pink-haired demon girl, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't that much. But 2 is the number of levels that is required to special summon Splat Blue, and I'm not sure where we're going with this. But also that was with yeah, that's one. Okay, yep. I've never heard of them, some sarcasm. My favourite thing about that bit, about the Ultimate Showdown bit, as someone pointed out to me once, is the part of that chorus where they say every single Power Ranger, that gets more and more powerful every single year. But the concept of every single Power Ranger only increases with power over time. I just find that very funny. Anyway, here's Professor Rue, PhD. I like that they gave him a chair, but he is not sitting in. Anyway, I alluded to another party trick, which... this one is significantly longer. And, I don't know, it may or may not be considered as impressive, I don't know. I think it's moderately impressive, but, you know, I'm easily impressed by things. My other party trick is I do in fact know the entire word to the modern Major General song. I just sat down one day and decided I was just going to learn to do that song because I think it'd be funny to be able to do it. I've actually never even seen the source material. I think it's like what Pirates of Penzance. I've never seen it. I've got no idea what the story's about. I only know that song and nothing else from it. This one we have to go out here, I think. It's sad. The second Ripper Root fight is like really easy. Like it's literally a scripted fight. He does the same things every time. Once you know like the safe spots, you could just like cast this super easily. The Medibot literally called Child Sitter. That's great. Can't believe that Ripper Root died of Ligma. Ligma balls gone. Can't believe that Alistair the Invoker turned into Invoked Orgades. Invoked Orgades nuts! Sorry. Seems like the strongest boss. He literally got those physics in there from F equals MA to Nitro equals MA. Oh, wait, what? I think this is Coco this time, right? Nope. I love the unintentional comment of just cutting Cortex off. Cortex has just been like reduced into like a 6-year-old child doing prank calls. Ah, it feels good to laugh. I thought that one was all air mask there. Yeah, I really need to catch up with Medabots at some point. Unfortunately, there's not a wonderful way to do it I'm aware of. Like, okay, to my understanding, the best Medabots game at the moment is Medabot S, which is a mobile gacha game. But unfortunately, it's only released in Japan, and although you can play outside of Japan, well, I'm kind of trying to cut down on my gacha, you know. I've got Infinity Nuclear on the fly. I don't want to feed into another gacha. Because I know what those games are like. I know I have learned to identify the difference between a habit and a game you're actively enjoying. And I know that I fall into the former surprisingly easily. So thank you all. Okay, just take it up literally. Sure, that was just watch all animes at high speed. It takes like 2 seconds to play every game at the same time. It makes it. God dang it. Yeah, I really wish there was more Medabots for me that I could engage with. No, the Whataburger! Okay, anyone that played this game as a kid, what did you think Aku Aku was saying when you got him? Like, I always thought it was just Ooga Booga. I have no idea if there's like an official, like, you know, word of God, as it were, for what he actually is saying. I always just heard it as, oh, whoops. I always just heard Ooga Booga. Shrug. We don't need no bonus points. Ooga Booga. Ada Booga. I mean, I don't think there's any wrong answers, frankly. Would a Booga. Yeah, I can hear that. Would a Booga. There's a short that a friend of mine sent me, a YouTube short. And it shows the importance of reading as a means of, what's the word? Confirming what you're hearing. So the clip in question is a bunch of English football fans, and they are chanting. And the chant they are doing is, "That is embarrassing," over and over and over again. And on the short, it just shows like a bunch of different pronunciations you could hear. I can't remember what they are. Like, I think one of them's like Bart Simpson's pirating or something. And it's just that thing where there's a name for this phenomenon. I forget what it's called. And it's like, you know, reading something can alter your perception of how you hear it, even though it's the same voice clip. Hey, it's a player. Hello, HC. Welcome in. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What's with the Green Needle Brainstorm? I'm not familiar with that one, actually. Wait, is that what Pirate MMOs called? Pirate MMOs. The only pirate MMO I think I'm aware of is Puzzle Pirates, or... What's that other one that came out recently? I don't think that's an MMO, though. What's it called? Oh, that was way too early. I was trying to predict it. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Player! Thank you so much. I greeted. And on the personal word, you hear Green Eagle or Brainstorm. That's a wild one. Like, that seems like so far removed, you would imagine that it wouldn't be possible, but hearing perception is a very strange thing. Give me that life. No, I need the life. Actually, I do need the life. I haven't got that many lives this time. YouTube said, oh, thank you, yeah. Actually, guys, did you jump in the Discord somewhere? Because by the end of the stream, I will definitely have forgotten that you posted it there. Much more likely to see it there. Oops, dang it. I'm not sure if Crash 2 is, like, harder, or if it's, like, just let's Jennifer the lies. Oh, could you post it in the Discord, please, Kasky? Because I will definitely have forgotten to grab that link later from here. Thank you. Remember me like a sieve and all that. There we are. Which is a game will have a core memory for you. Good old Quack Attack, as it's called, going Quackers. I've now installed it upon a voice effect to be playing service on. Let's go! That's the one that is. I remember playing a demo of that one. That's the one that is basically Crash Bandicoot, but it's Donald Duck, isn't it? A casserole now. Let's go! Frozen brioche, salsa, Spanish rice, and shredded cheese. Ooh. I'm getting slightly hungry. Not like desperately so, but might have to get something when we're done tonight. Not sure what though. We don't really go out to eat. That was like my birthday treat. We went out for dinner. A birthday cake. Actually, okay, so funny enough, the past few years we haven't done birthday cakes, right? For a very particular reason. Neither myself, nor Lady Helm, nor Lord Helm are particularly worried about birthday cakes. Like, we can't really eat them, but we can take them or leave them, you know? And these days, birthday cakes are, like, really expensive. And we usually end up, like, either throwing half of it away, or maybe not necessarily throwing it away, but, like, it sits around, it gets, you know, past its best, it gets dry, and, you know, it gets to the point of eating it becomes an obligation. So, for the past few years, instead of doing birthday cake, we've just bought Krispy Kreme donuts. Because they're about the same price, and yeah, you definitely get less food for your money, but we all prefer them over birthday cake, and we know they'll all get eaten. It does kind of make it a bit less eventful. You can't exactly put a candle. Well, I guess you could put a candle on it. We didn't put candles on it, but actually, there's no reason why you couldn't. I've got ice cream over cake. Yeah, I think I prefer ice cream actually. The like Power Rangers Krispy Kreme thing. Oh god, I forgot that the movie had that crossover. I've actually never seen that movie. I thought it was okay. Kind of the donut homes. That was easy. Actually, no. You know what my actual favourite dessert is? My actual favourite dessert, which I could do afterwards. Pancakes. I love pancakes. I actually have made pancakes twice this week. But my favourite thing about being a responsible adult is the ability to say to myself, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm going to make pancakes, and then you just do it. Now, you may be asking, should you be making pancakes at 4 o'clock in the morning? The answer is probably no, but that's not going to stop me. The only thing that will stop me is my own laziness. Mint chop ice cream. Oh, absolutely, yes. That is the correct flavor. If I'm just eating ice cream, it is always mint chop ice cream if I get it. If I ever argue that a great waffle is better than a great pancake, but a decent pancake is better than a decent waffle. You know, we don't really have waffles over here. Like, some people have them. They're the thing you can get, but I've never made waffles. We don't have a waffle iron. You know what? That might be something we have to try. Because I've had waffles before, but I've never had fresh waffles. Like, I've had pre-made waffles from the store, and let's be honest, like, pre-made anything is never as good as making it yourself. That's been my big, like, revelation over the past year. I've kind of gotten into cooking things that I could just buy, because I've just realized how much better it is when you cook them yourself. Like, even things that are, like, you know, trivial, you know, like chips, or, sorry, French fries for you Americans. Like, I have gotten into the habit of just making my own French fries for every time I want them, and I can never go back to store-bought fries at this point. They are just no competition. Me as being, I'm now going to visit with an irresponsible amount of chocolate. No one can stop me. Also true. Also true. Freedom fries. I do wonder if part of the reason why we don't call them French fries is because that would require us to acknowledge France. You know, as a British person, there are few things more terrifying than the concept of France. Also, I'm not sure how the lightning in this game works, but, well, it's different now. When I was running down the path there, actually Shadow had like a weird green tint to it. But that was when France too releases the second wave of Nouvelle support. God, you know, the funniest thing they could do would be a second wave of Nouvelle support that somehow supports ghost beef. I have no idea what it would do. I could not imagine. But the idea of running a deck of both Ghost Beef and Hungry Burger, and they are both technically combo pieces, would be the funniest thing imaginable. Also, this is my favourite track of the game, so I may be a little bit shushy because I like this track. I don't know which way to go. Here's this one. I'll give tough ideas for the next video. Oh god, yeah, that's the video. That was certainly one of the videos of all time. I'll be honest, I enjoy MBT stuff as a general rule. I would be somewhat surprised if this one has much staying power, because I feel like it's like the issue you're going to run into is either you're just going to get like people playing decks like Age's deck, where it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna like find the best deck we can get away with running these things in, or it's gonna be like Farfa's deck, which is like, haha, dude. I'm gonna be real. Farfa won that in my mind. I'm gonna be entirely honest. Like, there's no accounting for taste, but Farfa crushed that, and it wasn't even close. Like, the man literally said a 3-course meal with ratatouille. What more do you want? There is some platforms like this, Mega Man, Donkey Kong are more popular. There's about just zit up platforms where they hit the flow, so yes, exactly. Exactly, yeah. Crash Bandicoot is like my perfect flow game. If you're trying to complete this game, at least for me, trying to complete this game casually is like the perfect level of flow, where I'm just like, I'm engaged enough that I have to pay a bit of attention, but I'm not so challenged that I, you know, get frustrated or have to get my full attention. It's a relaxing amount of attention that I'm giving it. Alright, what are we gonna say this time?
10 of 25 crystals.
Oh, that wasn't as funny. Right, why can't we go up? Oh, right, duh. It's right here. In the original version, you did not have a boss. Well, here you had to use this. That's why I was doing that. Yep. I finished my flow platform most 3. 3 is great, I like 3. I actually never finished a NES Mario Brothers game though, I'll be honest. Actually, hold on. Have I finished a Mario Brothers game? Okay, I've beaten Mario 64, I've beaten Mario Sunshine, and I've beaten Mario Galaxy. But I don't think I've actually finished a game of a Mario Brothers game. I've never done New Super Mario Bros. Wonder? No, I haven't played Wonder. Wonder has... Okay, so... I have this very particular issue with the Nintendo Switch. It is an entirely me problem. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. Oh, I was in the wrong... I was not paying attention there. Okay, so my problem with the Nintendo Switch is as follows. All the Nintendo Switch games are like full-priced games, right? And I somewhat, for some reason, I struggle to justify buying Nintendo Switch games to myself. I don't know why. I think the problem is that I look at the Nintendo Switch as kind of like not as good as like a home console or a PC game, you know? Even though like I'm sure there's some very good experiences on that I would definitely enjoy. But I think because I have a Switch Lite, in my mind it is a handheld console first, and I refuse to pay £60 for a handheld game.
Good show, Crash. The commode.
Good show, Crash, the commode. I was kind of hoping it would cut off a good show, Crash, but good enough. To Mario Bros. Streamline. The commode! Actually, that's a funny thing, actually. I think they changed this. I forget if they did change this. In FF14, it's the free platform, there was a feature called the Glamour Dresser. At least, I think now... Okay, that was a bit suspect. I think now it's referred to as the Glamour Dresser. But it was, certainly at one point, was officially referred to as the Glamour Commode. And it's like, I know that's a perfectly reasonable word to use in this context, but me and my friends were calling it the Glamour Toilet for months. Because I think commode is just like French for wardrobe or something, right? Something like that. Good show, Crash the commode. It feels like we're getting it through Crash 2 at a much quicker pace than Crash 1. I'm not sure if Crash 1 has fewer levels. Or it might just be that I'm better at this game and like, you know... The skid gives you a lot better speed tech. Oh, that's okay, yeah, close enough. Close enough. Alright, you have to remove those guys earlier, otherwise you've got to, otherwise you just take a hit there, I think. I think I chose a path, but I think you might be right, to be fair. Might be a little bit of column A, B, and C. And hey, look, we even got the yellow gem. They're even trying. I think we get a voice call here because we got a gem for the first time. Leg. Okay, never mind. Also, small thing, if you ever play this game, specifically Crash 2 on the N.Sane Trilogy, I want you to be aware of something. If you come out of a portal and the boss portal would be unlocked, and you immediately run to where the boss portal would be, you can actually soft lock this game. The portal will appear, but the hitbox will never spawn. Even saving and quitting will not make it spawn. I have no idea how that bug made it through, and to my knowledge, it's never been patched. I actually had this happen to me. I went through like a very, very, very brief phase when this game kind of first came out of like, you know what, I'm gonna try and speedrun this, and well, it turns out I'm actually not very good at that. But like, you know, I got a little timer, and I thought, you know, just for funsies, I'm gonna see how do I do compared to actual speedrunners. Short answer, not very good. But yeah, on one of my, I think it was the last time I tried doing it, I literally ran into that bug in the 4th warp room. It soft locked and the bug just died there. It's like, well, well done, Crash, but I'm afraid you're too late. I've already gotten the Hatsune Miku skin in Fortnite. It is weird. I'm not complaining about this. I will never judge anyone for getting, you know, getting paid But it is weird to me how Hatsune Miku has become like so normified over the years. I think the thing that like summarizes it the most to me is I was in the supermarket a lot once, and there was a Hatsune Miku birthday card there. And I had to like double take. I was like, what the? What? Like, it was a real official licensed thing. Hatsune Miku just right there next to the freaking blue-nosed bears and all the other ones. Like, what? Don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing Hatsune Miku for wanting to be paid, but it kind of feels like she was sharp to the opening of an envelope at this point. But I make a movie board, all that's being fast with your friends. As far as I might be to mainstream as a kid, it was such a niche thing. Right? I remember going to my very first anime convention, and like, it was wild, because this was kind of like when Miku was like at her peak early popularity, like with loads of cosplayers, loads of figures. It was so weird.
Crash, thank goodness! I hacked into Cortex's computer.
I'm sorry, Coco. You hacked into his what? Oh god. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. Oh my god. Oh god. Good thing Crash doesn't. Crash has no idea. Crash doesn't know where he is right now. He's just here. He's just in his lane. He's vibing. Then again, I'm sure someone's into that. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, right? I will never judge anyone for what they're into. Be it whatever you enjoy, as long as it's not hurting anybody, as long as it's between consenting adults, enjoy whatever you enjoy. You know, if you're a furry, be a furry and be proud. If you're into giantess, be into giantess and be proud. If you're into Link 2 light fiend monsters, well, you're probably very cringe, but good for you know? But I will say this. In the Crash Team Racing Nitro Field remake, I'm not judging, but I will say I get a very strong feeling that there was definitely some furries on the dev team. Especially looking at like the alternate skins for like Coco, Tana, and the other Bandicoot girls. Like, I'm just saying. Again, I'm not judging. In fact, Megami is very cute. I like Megami. But I'm just saying. In tonight's episode, the author's thinly disguised fetish. That's my tinfoil hat theory for Persona 4, by the way. My tinfoil hat theory for Persona 4 is that the only reason why all the characters use glasses is because that's what the author was into. I can't deny Coco's cute. She is cute. But I am saying, I don't think anyone particularly outside of a certain group was asking for goth Coco with eyeshadow and black lipstick. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even criticizing. It's a good look. But I am saying it takes a very particular mindset to make that look a reality, you know? Then again, you can say the same thing for the Spyro the Dragon remakes. I mean, look at what they did to the dragons in the first game. Like, oh my god. I'm pretty sure like every dragon in the first world of that game is just like a daddy for no reason. Like, I'm pretty sure one of them's even like got like the sexy barista thing going on. Isn't Naughty Dog if the game isn't naughty? That is true. But by then it wasn't Naughty Dog, it was Activision Blizzard. Damn you, Activision. Also, I gotta say, it's quite satisfying to just blitz through this level now because I remember as a kid, I got stuck on this level for ages. This was like the first roadblock. That was too early. Yeah. Either I jumped off there or I was getting cooked, one or the other. Yeah, this level was like the first major roadblock I ran into playing. Oops. Playing this game as a kid. Like, I was stuck on there for like hours. Genuinely. So to make the deep fan up can. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's true. Exactly. We're not, again, I'm not gonna kink shame anyone. Whatever you're into, hang it. As long as there's 3 people that are also into it, you're allowed. Because God knows I have a DeviantArt search history that if I was here to kink shame, then you know what? I'm not gonna finish that. It's not gonna finish that sentence. It's not gonna finish that sentence at all. But that said, none of you guys are allowed to go on my computer and start typing in Pixiv. Just saying. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so Toys for Bob well, actually, did they do Reignited as well? They might have done. I know they did this one. I think they did Reignited. I'm actually not sure. Jailbrew, Danbrew, Spagan. I actually used Jailbrew and Danbrew a fair amount. But actually, like, not for anything sussy, genuinely. Like, I just use Jailbrew and Danbrew as, like, an additional place to look for, like, cool fan art of characters. Genuinely, trust me, if I was being sussy about this, I wouldn't pretend otherwise. I mean, look, I'm not going to say there isn't some good sussy stuff there, just that's not my go-to, okay? This is like, actually, does it all work in this game? Is it only the originals? Anyway, this is what Crash Bandicoot speed run usually looks like, where you just like slide spinning because you get to like maintain the improved speed boost. Although it seems in this one they've changed it slightly, right? I thought you had to like, let the control stick go to neutral, but it seems that in this game that actually doesn't retain momentum, so maybe that's the PS1 version I was thinking of. Under the Activists banner, and after that the Crash remakes, they also got dissolved and sent to the Call of Duty mines, yeah. They're like the bears back with the heebie-jeebies. Honestly, the bears here look... Okay, I'm not going to pretend they're not creepy. Look at the PS1 version of that bear. The PS1 bears were far more terrifying than this. One of those cases where the low poly somehow makes it way creepier. Also, I'm just saying, because every game is obligatory in Yu-Gi-Oh!, those lizards we spin away, they're literally just Kage. Just saying. You can't prove they're not. Ah, dang it. Too slow. If that's something on its surgery, think you to have a PC house. Yeah, exactly. Look, we've all got things that we wouldn't be proud if people found out about. Just saying, if you thought it was sussy that I have plus-size elf on my throne, thank you again, Zordon. Just saying. There's a reason why the spicy art channel in the Discord is only for spicy art, as opposed for the actual weird stuff. There's a fun secret you can do in this stage, so at the end of this level, you can actually run back from this jump here, and you can find the polar bear. And it actually does take you to a secret wall. We're just doing 80%, so we're just gonna ignore that. But it's a fun secret. Ah, Gizmo, thank you for this! Oh, that was a cute kid. Thank you so much. Good doggo. I think that was the first secret I ever found in this game, actually. I was like, I wonder if you can jump that. Alright, what are we gonna say this time, Cortex?
Crash, my boy. You are more...
You are more? More what? More what, Cortex? We need to know! This boss also took me a long while to beat. It's not even that hard. It's actually very easy. My boy! My boy! This crystal is all true warriors strive for. For some reason, they completely reimagined this character in the Mutants games. They turned... Whoops. That was just... I have no excuse what happened there. For some reason, they just turned him into freaking, what's his name? Like, Mike Tyson. I don't know why. Actually, isn't Mike Tyson why I mixing up the names? They made him, like, really high-pitched and lispy for some reason. I don't know why. That is Tyson, right? Tyson's got, like, quite a high-pitched voice in this. I'm not good with names, I'll be honest. I'm very bad with names. But like, he appears in the cutscene, he roars, he's like, Crash, I can't believe you did that! So, I'm gonna have to eat your face. Ate it. Easy peasy. I just want to say, like, yeah, if you want, yeah, go for it. Wasn't too, please don't trauma dump too much, but yeah, you can, if you want to just bemoan the state of activism, then go ahead. Easy peasy. Get destroyed, you absolute buffoon. Oh, okay. I was going to say we could do tea bags, but Crash got distracted. You are dead. Not a big surprise. Got him! What about the second D's nuts joke? Because then you hit them with the Gotham's second call. Which of course have to crack for the boss while we crash 1, 2, 3. Oh wow, really? Dang. Unfortunately, the oh, the wall guy. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the I think you meant like Cortex. But yeah, unfortunately, passage of linear time does come for us all. Was about how you how what about indulgent activities? Excellent. Well, maybe I'll see if I actually have no idea if the 5th volume's out, but maybe I'll sneak that on there again. As always, I don't. Yeah, I have the phone. I don't like to plug the phone. I feel a bit weird about it. I don't want people to feel like they should buy anything. But as always, like I have the phone there just so if anyone does want to buy anything, there's an easy and safe way for everyone to do so, you know. But honestly, if I get like one thing bought off my phone a year, like I'm happy. I mean, heck, if I only ever got one thing bought off my phone ever, I'd have been happy. You know, people talk about these nuts, but what about those nuts? I'm gonna have to get our top memeologists on this matter. Yeah, these little robots are pretty cool looking, but I have no idea what they're meant to be. I like robot fish. I feel like the orc jaw going on, you know? Like the orc, metal jaw. I don't know if there's a name for that. Also, guys, I do actually, I have to tell you guys something. Actually, I actually did lie to you guys earlier on. I'm not proud of the fact I lied to you guys earlier on, but I did lie to you guys earlier on. I said earlier that I have no interest in going back to the League Gulag, and I am standing by that. But I need to confess my sins to you all today. I've been watching a YouTuber play League of Legends recently. And for like the smallest hint of temptation crept into my mind. Only for like a minute, only for like a second. Only for like the smallest amount of time. But like... I know, I deserve that death for that. Because here's the thing, here's the reality of it as well, like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. The problem is that when you watch people play like League of Legends on YouTube, you're watching the curated games. You're watching the games where things go well and they pop off. No one uploads the games where they just eat shit. And similarly, you're watching someone that's really good at the game. I am not good at the game. I was awful at League of Legends. But I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of miss my Tom Kench. I know sister plays League with her friends, but she and I react with photos when she mentions it. My friends dragged me into League. Yeah, I got dragged into it by my friends. The problem we ran into was that no one wanted to play like half the roles. Like we had I only ever played top. One of us only played support, and no one else wanted to play anything else, so it kind of became a problem. I do find League quite fascinating though, as just a game design standpoint. The fact that, you know, that Power Creep is real in any game that exists, you know. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Power Creep is real, Pokemon, Power Creep is real. But I can't think of a game that is like so explicitly and shamelessly Power Creep as League of Legends. Like, okay, for those, yeah, I'm sure most of you guys have at least dabbled in it. Ah, Dave, thank you so much, fucker. Yeah, I'm sure most of you guys have at least dabbled in League of Legends, like you probably looked at it once or twice. For those of you who are unfamiliar, while I am playing today, if you wouldn't mind, I want you to do a fun exercise for me, right? Those of you that do know League of Legends, you know, you don't have to do this because you will know where I'm going with this. I would like you, if you have never played League of Legends today, I would like you to go to Google this right now, and I would like you to look up a character in League of Legends called Aphelios. It's either A or O, P-H-E-L-I-O-S. I want you to look at this character, and I want you to look at that character's passive ability. His first ability is passive, right? I then want you to look at a character called Nasus, N-A-S-U-S, and look at his passive ability. That's all I will say on the matter. I do not need to make a comment on this. If you know what those characters do, you know the joke that I am making right now. And if you don't, upon looking them up, you will understand why I'm referring to those two characters. It is the single most easy way of demonstrating power creep in any game I can think of. Because the funny thing is, right, like, Yu-Gi-Oh's power creep, but it's often power creep in ways that aren't immediately obvious. Comparing Nasus versus Ophelio's passive is like immediately just like, oh yeah, no, I get it. I see what you're on about. I'll just say this as well. You don't need to read Ophelio's passive. Just look at how long it is. That's what I'm getting at here. You don't need to understand what it does. Just look at how much of it there is. I think that Pokemon Unite to know I should never touch any sort of MOBA again. Funnily enough, I actually didn't mind Pokemon Unite. I thought Pokemon Unite was actually quite an interesting take on it. The problem it ran into for me was the same problem as any team game, which is sometimes you get games where you are absolutely on fire, but because you can't carry hard enough, you still lose the game. And sometimes you get games where you're getting absolutely stomped into the dirt and you are getting tilted off the face of the planet. You're like, you know, you're on 0 kills and like 15 deaths. You are basically a minion at that point, but your team still wins. And it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, we won, but like, I did not have fun with that game. I will say this for Unite. I think Unite being a game that has a hard time in it is actually very good for it, and the speed at which you get into the games is a point in its favour, for sure. If there's something awesome that RNG literally pulls the rug out from the end of half time. Took a strong whip to create a grey again. I worked for that time, don't remember how much it's changed and stuff. Exactly, yeah. I think a lot of people quit games for various reasons. I think the sign of a stronger will is remembering why you quit and not going back to it. Getting me too good. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's what part of why I quit GBO 2, actually. It wasn't the only reason, like, I was kind of, you know, I had done my time with that game, I kind of, you know, I guess gotten bored with it. It's a bit of a strong way of putting it, but, like, you know, I wanted to try the games. But, yeah, there was very rarely a worse feeling in GBO 2 than a game where you are just, like, crushing the leaderboard. Like, you are the ace pilot on your team, it's not even close. Like, their ace can't even touch you, and yet your team still loses. Like, you look at the scoreboard, it's like, yeah, you're like 20,000 points up on the other team, you got like 5 more kills than their best player, and you still lose. That's just like, it always feels like garbage. And I find myself when I dealt 2 rounds, good to tell you going back. That is true. Or you just do like I do, which is you play the game that just dies, and you now have items in your Steam inventory that you literally can't do anything with. Anyone remember Super Monday Night Combat? Because I sure as shit do. I've got an inventory full of shit from that game that doesn't do anything anymore. I actually traded TF2 out to some as well. Oh, that's Dr. Leon! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, our raiders! Thank you, Dr. Leon. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And welcome in, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful evening. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. It's my birthday today, so as a treat for myself, I'm playing my favourite series of all time. Playing a Crash Bandicoot. We're just trying to get through the entire trilogy in one single sitting. We've already done Crash 1, and we're over halfway through, Crash, we're over halfway through Crash 2 at this point, actually. We're in the it's like, what, level 18, 19? I got something for you. Ah, thank you, Dr. Leon. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Always lovely to have you here, of course. I'm getting a great time with whatever it was you were up to on your end, of course. Whatever you were up to, if you need to go and, you know, take care, post-raid after care. Oh my gosh, you know, Dr. Nova, thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome in, everyone. Hello, and welcome in to all of my new guests here tonight. For those of you who are new, I am Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. Dr. Nova, I will shout you out in a second. We just got raided by Dr. Leon. There are 2 doctors tonight. Unfortunately, we are on cooldown for the shout out, but thank you for making me to everyone. Welcome in, everyone. For those of you who are new here, I am Helm-Chan. Oh my gosh, somebody follows. Big M, Riase, Hectic Day, Agitated, Lit, Shaded Lamb, The Underseer, Jonathan, Raven's Nest TCG. Oh my gosh, so many people. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Dove. I really appreciate it. Petra H. Fellas, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. For those of you who are new here, I'm Helm-Chan. I'm the perfectly normal robot maid. Here on the channel, we play a variety of games. We play a lot of RPGs. We play a lot of platform games. We play a lot of TCGs, of course. If you like Yu-Gi-Oh, then you will have a great time here because we are always playing with Yu-Gi-Oh here. And oh, Yomi, hello, Yomi. Sorry, I was distracted for a second there. Oh my gosh, we catch up. Something 1987, Mega Slayer 92, and Mano. Thank you for that follow as well. All right, can we do the chat? There you go. Shout out for I know you clearly need the shout out, Dr. Nova. I know that you clearly need the help. You are a very small indie VTuber compared to me. I'm joking, of course. Thank you so much, though. Thank you ever so much. And Dr. Leon has sent me something. I wish to have a look at this. Bear with me a sec. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on. The exciting things are afoot. Bear with me. Oh my god, I love this, Dr. Leon. This is amazing. One second, everyone. I need to show you guys what Dr. Leon just sent me on the side. Dr. Leon, thank you so much. I love it. Hold on. I had the memes up. Hold on. Hide the memes. I will catch up on the photos in a second. Pardon me. Dr. Leon got me a commission. Look at this. It's so cute. And of course, it has got my girlfriend on it, my actual, for real, genuine, actual girlfriend, Evil Twin Keyskill. Because we all know, oh my god, yes, I love Keyskill. I would die for Evil Twin Keyskill. Thank you so much, Doc. I love it. I really love it. Thank you so much. I'm definitely be posting this later. Thank you so much. And okay, let's catch up on these photos real quick because there's so many people here. Oh my gosh, so where were we? Mano, Sweat JP, Shiny Evolution cosplay, and Warskunk, thank you for the follow. Thank you all so much. It's amazing. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? Let's put it back again. So good. I love it. This is Evil Twin Keyskill. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. She is my girlfriend. You cannot prove otherwise. You have no evidence that she is not my girlfriend, and therefore I have said it, so it is canon. That's how it works. Welcome in, everyone. We are playing some Crash Bandicoot for my birthday. This is my favourite series of all time. And unfortunately, I didn't really get the time to photograph anything particularly special for my birthday, so I thought, you know what? We're just going to sit down, I'm just going to play a comfy game, and I'm just going to have a good time with it. So do the whole trilogy in one sitting. Yomi, special enough. Oh, Yomi! Yomi, I love you, Yomi. Yomi, you're my best friend, I love you. Thank you. I'm going to assume that you had some involvement in bringing Dr. Nova over, so thank you so much for that.
Crash, I haven't got much time. Cortex is...
Well, we'll never know what Cortex is. We've been cutting off the dialogue, and it's been, like, very funny, some of the ones where they cut off. Don't ask what Coco was hacking into earlier. It's okay, I know you were busy and then you were ill. I know, you can't be helped. We'll find some time soon, I'm sure. Never seen a fair game before? So this is Crash Bandicoot. More accurately, this is the N.Sane trilogy of Crash Bandicoot. This is a nice, complete, ground-up remake of it. And we are on the second game. The original was a series of platformers released on the PS1, and they are my favourite games of all time. Well, among them at least. And we've already played this game on the channel. One of the very first things I ever streamed was the entire trilogy 100%. But we're not going for 100% today. We're just going for every game in one sitting, any percent. Crash Super Strong, several Crash cases. Okay, yes, you know what? Hold on. Let me find a settled platform here. You know what? We can leave it unpaused. Fuck it. Keep the music going. So, I alluded to this earlier when we passed it, but you know, we should bring her back out. Because I know how much Yomi loves her. Where is it? What folder are you saved in? Here she is! Actually, that's not the original. Where's the original? Here she is! So, one of my favourite things is I love taking designs of things that are very much not anime girls and turning them into anime girls. So behold, I have turned Ripperoo into an anime girl. The question is, should I have turned Ripperoo into an anime girl? The jury is still out on that one, but I'm going to lean towards yes. And because I like this design so much, and Yomi liked this design so much, I actually did get a bit of a tweak. And I actually got I haven't actually got a nice, clean image for this design. That's fine. So this is her up-to-date design. Her name is Sylvia, and she is best dog. Actually, this is not even her up-to-date design. I actually decided to give her dog ears as well in the end. But yes, I love Sylvia. She is great. Tiny Tiger, animated them. We have not animated Tiny Tiger yet. I think I have a dingo. Hold on, I have a dingo dial though. weird, I can't find it. Where is it? Ah. It's weird, I could have sworn I had this one scanned in. Well, tell you what. We'll do you one better. Different platform game. Remember Spyro the Dragon? Remember Moneybags? Well, what about if Moneybags, but instead of Moneybags, it's Mummy-Bags? And... Ricky the Lock, thank you for the follow! And what about this classic game, which actually is getting I believe they're getting a remake for this. Who remembers Croc? What about Croc in Crocs? The game is literally called Croc Legend of the Gobbo. It's basically mandatory that you make it a short stack at that point. And one more. Because I can't not show her off. This is not even her most up-to-date design, but this is probably one of the best images I think I have of her, that I drew. Yomi actually owns this character now. Yomi owns this character entirely. Anyone know the game Klonoa for the PS1? Oh, excuse me. Oh goodness, something in my fence there. Yeah, this is my anime girl version of Joker from Klonoa, and her design has since been refined, and I have given her to Yomi. Yomi now owns Joker, and she's been slightly redesigned. So here is the artwork that I don't know. Oh, here it is. Here's the artwork that Yomi got commissioned for the updated design. This is Joker, and as Yomi said, Yomi has got a chibi model of her debuting this week. So guys, if you haven't already, Yomi, shout yourself out now. Do it. I command you. This is my birthday order. Do it. Shout yourself out, nerd. Yes, you. Shout out. Do it. But I must thank you for the follow. Hey guys, if you are not already, if you are somehow here and you somehow do not know Yomi, I have no idea how you got here, first off. But second of all, if you somehow are not following Yomi, follow Yomi. I would not be streaming at all if it was not for Yomi. I would not be giving you this quality gameplay, like immediately jumping directly into fire, if it was not for Yomi. Okay. Yomi, compromise. Follow all three. Follow all of us. Hang it. I'm being impatient. New glue stick, thank you for the follow as well. You guys have some wonderful names coming here in it tonight, I gotta say. Yeah, a little bit patient. You go draw tiger now. Honestly, I think I could definitely take a crack at all of the Crash enemies. Okay, let me kind of spitball my thoughts. Like, Pinstripe would like 100% have to be like a sexy like mafia babe. Like she'd have like a pencil skirt, like the whole suit is pinstripe, I think. I'm not sure about Koala Kong or Papu Papu. I'm gonna be honest, I think Papu Papu might have to be given a pass just because I'm not sure what I could draw for Papu Papu that wouldn't potentially be considered vaguely offensive to someone. Oops. Thank you, Andrew, welcome. Oh, whoops. I thought we were clear from that explosion. I just stopped dying. We actually don't have that many lives. Yeah, we got like 4 lives. That's not that many. I could be a muscle mommy. Yeah, like... I feel like... Okay, I feel like Koala Kong would have like big... For lack of a better word, big bro energy. You know that energy? The vibe of the girl that is like the biggest bro despite not actually being a bro. You know what I mean? The girl in the group is like one of the guys. You know what I mean? Very tomboyish. From another bro stream, but you can't shoot. I don't know, said like a male version of Tom. Funnily enough, I have done that once actually. So fuck it, I'll share this as well. Why not? I don't show my art often, so why not? I can show one more. For those of you, okay, there's 2 I'm going to show here. One is a waifu. Bear with me a second, just because we're going to be showing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Waifus real quick, and I want to make sure you guys have a frame of reference, because I'm fully aware that not everyone makes the bad decision of actually playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. In fact, a lot of people don't, and you know what? To those people, I salute you. You have made the correct decision. Let me just grab a quick couple of images so I can show you what the before and after, because like it's all very well to waifu-ize something, but if you don't know what it looks like in the first place, then it's not really as impressive, is it? Here we go. So, first off, one more waifu because I'm actually really proud of this one. I spent a lot of time on this one, so I'm actually proud of this. So, first off, behold one of my new favorite monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! This is Dogmatica Albazoa. This card is not even good, but it inspired me. It gave me some ideas. And that ideas came in the form of, what if Dogmatica Albazoa but Booba? Smash, same, TBH, genuinely same. And the other one, because someone said like unwaifuing something. So this is a card that I play. This is Traptrix Rafflesia. Rafflesia specifically is the pink-haired one in the middle. I thought for a fun experiment, let's do the opposite. Let's take a character that's already a waifu. And instead... Where is this? I saw this earlier, where is it? Hold on. I'm just blind. No, actually, where is this? Hold on. Oh, it's under this folder. There we go. So what if instead of a waifu, we make him a daddy? I have no idea why I decided to turn him into a biker, I'm gonna be honest. I genuinely have no idea what the inspiration was behind that. But I just like the juxtaposition of this like huge biker guy with a big stogie in his mouth, and he's just got like a pink beard with flowers in it. I just think that's very funny. Also, Matthias, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you so much. Smash Trap Fix Daddy, same TBH, yeah. That is one thing that, you know what, Yu-Gi-Oh! Could do better on. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like a lot of very handsome pretty boys. You get a lot of handsome pretty boys. And a lot of like really good waifus. But it does kind of drop the ball a little bit when it comes to like daddies, you know? Look at for Dangerous Nightmare later. Maybe, I haven't done any of these for a while to be honest. So I was saying earlier that I've kind of run into a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for here? I've got a bit of a rut with my art lately just because, unfortunately, my scanner is really bad. Like, absolutely really bad. And I really did enjoy doing, as you can tell, like, a lot of those were done with pens. I've got like, some Copic markers I like using. I really enjoy drawing with them. It's really, like, relaxing and fun. Unfortunately, without being able to scan them, like, my only option is to take a photo with my phone and they don't look very good. And my scanner just completely blows out the colours. Whoops, that was embarrassing. I really want to get into doing like some digital art. Like I actually have put a tablet on my phone for it. I want to learn to do digital art because I like drawing, but it's just become hard for me to enjoy it when I can't. I either have to put like a lot of time into doing art the way I do digitally, which takes forever, or I scan them and it just doesn't look good, you know? Plus, I've also just kind of... I want to learn to get better at digital art in general, to be honest. I'm always really jazzed when I see people do like little like... Even just like little sketchy comics. Like I've got ideas for those things that just don't really work with... Once you put the amount of effort into like making them a big thing, it's not worth it for a little joke, you know? Best scan on the phone, perhaps. The problem is, I don't know enough about scanners. I don't know what my old scanner did that my new one does differently. All I know is that my old one was good, my new one is bad, and that's all I know, unfortunately. Oh, dang it. I should be careful, I'm on 2 lives. Isn't Goto's 3 boys more than Dilf's covers? That is true, there are some good Dilfs though. Okay, this is not a hear me out, because this is a very cold take, but... Just saying, Pokemon, Drayden. Yes. 99 times out of 10, yes. Chased by both bees and boo heck Mara. Yes, it is, there's no way that is an accident. The little guy with, whoops, literally just jumped into that. That guy with the hammer, they made him look like a Mario. There's no way that was an accident. Again, you gotta remember, with Crash Bandicoot, this was the era where game companies would just beef openly at each other, you know? Like, Nintendo would put out adverts saying, like, you know, Sega shit. Okay, maybe not in quite so many words, but, you know. The old Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Oh, no, Calcos! Thank you for the follow, guys! 1,500 followers tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone that's followed tonight. And of course, all our regular guests here as well. Thank you all tonight. 1,500. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be a little bit real with you guys for a moment. I'm gonna be real. When I started this, when I started streaming, I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll get like, you know, 3 viewers, or maybe if I get like a couple of followers, that'd be quite nice. I didn't think we'd get even close to 1,500. And I like, you know, I'm under no illusion, you know. It's easy to follow someone, you know, anyone can click the button. But the fact that you guys actually went out of the way to do so, really does mean a lot to me. Even if some of you guys don't ever come back. Obviously, we'd love to have you back. But even if some of you guys just follow and, you know, never make it round here again, the fact that you followed in the first place really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. Wait, did we miss a crystal? We missed the crystal and hanging out, fuck! We did the entire stage and didn't get the crystal. I did that last time! When I played this 100% on stream, I did the exact same thing last time because the crystal in this one isn't like directly in your face, it's like off to the side slightly. God, I'm such an idiot. I've only played this game like 12 times, 100% in it. Here's my mom's office. Don't buy a scanner, buy a scanner printer combo. They're cheaper than a silica. That is true. Unfortunately, that is the one we have. We have got a scanner printer, and yeah, for some reason it just adds, you know what? Comparison, so I can explain to you guys, or show you guys, right? So, actually, this is perfect. Look at the beard here, right? I want you to look very closely at his beard. It's a very impressive beard, majestic even. But look at the color of the beard. You see the hue that comes out? That is basically perfect. That is pretty much one-to-one how it looks in person. I'm going to show you a different character now that was drawn with the exact same pens. This was the exact same pens, but this time it was scanned with the new scanner, so you can see the difference. Now, where is this image? That is a question, actually. Where is this image? Uh-oh, I don't know where I saved this one. Not into this. Now, that's the old scans. Uh-oh. Hold on. I thought I had a thing here, and now I'm not sure where I saved this. I didn't delete it, did I? I'm certain I didn't delete it. I'm certain I had it here somewhere. Did I name it correctly? I did name it. Oh, yeah, I found it. Boom. Look at the difference in the pink. That is the exact same pen used for that hair. And yet, look at the colours of it. Like, all the pale colours are, like, blown the fuck out. And all the darker colours look, like, washed out and dirty. It looks so bad. This picture looks way nicer in person. Genuinely, like, this picture looks a lot nicer. But I thought, oh yeah, we can make it side by side. Sure, let me get that going for you. Hold up. Bear with me a second. I had to search and it kicked me out of the folder. Oh wait, so it's this folder right here. That is a large image. That is a large gentleman. Hold on. We are delargifying him. There you go. So, side by side. Again, these are the same pens. The beard and the hair here. These are the exact same pens that have been used. But look at how different they come out. Actually, in the same vein, the skin tones. Those are the exact same pens as well. These characters have the exact same color palette, basically. Because I only have like 3 or 4 skin tone pens, and I only have like 3 or 4 pink pens, so I'm kind of limited. But yeah, you can see how different the two are from just a different scanner. Also, if it wasn't obvious, this one here, the one on the screen here, this is a human version of Screamtail from Pokemon. I love Screamtail, it's great. But yeah, so you can see how when that's how they come in when they've been scanned, you can understand how that would kind of like discourage me from wanting to draw because like they just don't look as good as they should. I'm under no illusions. I'm not the greatest artist in the world, but I don't need help making my art look bad. I'm quite capable of doing that on my own. So compare like quite crazy pencil wacky. That's the thing, on paper, they look the same. It is literally the scanner that's doing it. I tried playing with the scanner settings all I could. Nothing seemed to change anything. Like, I mean, yeah, they could change it, but not in a way that actually fixed the issue. No, it's better than the average person. Thank you. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not hard on myself. Like, I'm not sitting here going like, oh, my art's garbage. You know, I know I can produce an okay-looking character, but I'm very realistic. I'm under no illusions. There are many artists that are far better than me. My art's good enough for what I needed to do, which is to get an idea across, and that's all that matters. That's actually why I started learning art. I've never taken an art course in my life, never taken an art class in my life. I actually couldn't. When I was in school, the art class and the IT classes were at the same time. Yeah, literally, I just ignored this quiz, which is right here. I'm such a donut. Yeah, the IT and the art classes ran at the same time, so it was a case of pick one, and I chose IT because I wasn't good at art then either. I liked it, but I wasn't good at it. Whereas I was actually good at IT, and I do like IT. But the way literally my art entirely came from, and I know a lot of people that, you know, do draw are gonna kind of look down on me here, don't care, got me where I need to be. I literally just went into a bookstore, went into their how to draw manga section, and just bought like a half dozen how to draw manga books and just taught myself with that.
Crash, I have discovered that the
Okay, bye. For the I'm going to be being so far. We are on Crash 2. This is the penultimate walkthrough. Walkthrough. So we've got this boss, 5 more levels and 1 more boss, and then we're on to Crash 3.
Give the 20 crystals you collected to me!
This is such a weird boss fight. For some reason, Engine's boss fights are all just like a non-standard gameplay. Like, rather than actually spinning, just throw Wumpa around for some reason, and that just works. And annoyingly, you have to match it, you can't just hold. So apologies if the clicking on the Oh, but you also can't slide in this stage, because they replaced the circle button with Wumpa as well. I almost forgot about that. That almost got me killed. Discovered that the orb needs pondering. Ponder the orb. Also kind of annoying, like he's got, obviously he takes multiple hits to hit each part, and it's just like, come on guys. Give us a health bar or something for them at least. Like, the health bar at the bottom is not really particularly helpful. Shaking fist that I don't have. I think the strategy for actually like speedrunning this fight is that you try to whittle them both down at once, because you get like fewer openings once you're on like lower HP. Like once he's down to 1 hit point, he'll fire fewer missiles, or he gets fewer openings for missiles rather. Unfortunately, I've never been particularly good at this boss. Like I can usually avoid dying, but I'm not great at capitalizing on the openings. I'm very bad at leading targets. Oh, well, that works. If the odds run through, if they could throw a machine like that, yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? Funnily enough, in the next game we get a bazooka that does the same thing. Although, annoyingly, the bazooka actually like is really annoying. It controls kind of, not badly, but it just kind of kills your momentum. You kind of never really use it if you don't have to. Right, last hit. Don't worry, it comes back. There we go. Cool guys with the explosions. When I was a kid, I crashed in my Game Boy. I don't remember much else, but I played it a bit. There was, let's see, there was 3 games on the Game Boy. Yeah, there was Crash Bandicoot. What was it called? XS. There was Crash Bandicoot Entranced, and there was Crash Bandicoot Purple, which was barely a Crash Bandicoot game. It was basically just a minigame collection. It was weird. It was like Mario Party, but without the party part.
What?
What? I'm sorry, just cutting off is getting some unintentional comedy here. It's meant the console go, yeah, so that would have been either XS or Entrance then. Because those ones are basically just Crash Bandicoot games but on 2D, yeah. They're pretty good. They're not like, you know, they're not like must-play games if you haven't played them, but if you like Crash Bandicoot, you can certainly do a lot worse. These little guys here with the tentacles are annoying. Dang it. I got impatient. Yeah, so these guys have like two states. They either have the tentacles up and you can't jump on them and you've got to slide them, or the tentacles are down and you just jump and you do jump on them. And as you can see, they change their position and the hitbox is a little bit janky on them. Like, I've had a number of deaths in this game where I will die because they were mid-changing their state, but the hitbox didn't look like it had changed, or... Wait, reverse that. The hitbox hadn't caught up with the visuals. I want to take an intentional death at some point to show something off in this level. Let's not ignore the visuals time. If it's not maybe it's my question for language, then what would it be? Zordon, are you scouting for my persona? Is that what we're doing here? Are you trying to scout to see what my persona would be? I'm joking, of course. You know, I actually always felt like they should have had a shark. Because genuinely, I think, like, it's wild that is not a shark. Well, actually, no, to the lie. There is a shark. But he only appears in one of the racing games as, like, a very minor character. He doesn't appear again. Like, you race him once and that's it. They did put him in the remake, though. Can't remember his name, though. They did a really cute thing with him on that, though, so... It's really bad for me that I can remember his name. This shark character, obviously, you know, sharks, they swim underwater. They gave him, like, oxygen gear, but it's full of water. It's got, like, a rebreather and goggles, but they're, like, full of water, which, I don't know, I think that's a really cute approach to it. Hey, thank you so much! Welcome in, welcome. Hope you're doing well. They're doing pretty well ourselves here. We're nearly done with Crash 2. It's really weird as well playing these games like this as well, because as a kid, it felt like it took me forever to finish these games. Even just, you know, casually, just getting to the end. Ignoring all the boxes, just finishing the stages felt so long. So it's weird to just sit here and just blitz through in like a couple of hours. Oh no, take care of yourself, Josh, yeah. Rest up and such. I felt different as a kid, yeah. Passage of linear time shows a weird thing that exists. Alright, time for the worst levels in the game, unfortunately. I don't like these levels much. Hold on. I need to fix this. I can't play like this. I need to turn off inverted controls. It's really weird. I'm like super inconsistent with what games I do and don't like inverted controls with. This one I need them. I think the reason for me why inverted controls here makes sense is because I'm thinking like, what direction am I blowing the flames out of? I'm blowing them upwards, so obviously that will let me go down. Right here. But still go to 2 being longer than what it was going to be just 4. Is it really that short? Wow. Again, yeah, similar thing, like, Sonic Adventure felt it felt really long, but to be fair to me, as a kid, I definitely spent a lot of time in the Chow Garden. Like, I think most of the time I spent in Sonic Adventure 2 was actually the Chow Garden. Or farming, like, one specific stage where it had, like, what was it? So I forget what it was. There was one of the Chow drops that I always liked to try and collect a load of. No, don't miss that. I remember there was, like, one level that you could get one very early on, and I would just, like, farm that level repeatedly. Nope. a hero structure about within time. It'll be interesting to see how good the contents are. I don't know if we actually know the full contents yet, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not you actually get a playable hero strategy out of it, or if you still did a bunch of URs. It's not longer because we did more stuff in the game besides trying to reach it. True. I think also, okay, here's my tinfoil hat theory, right? This is my theory for why everything feels longer when you're a kid. Let's say, for argument's sake, I'm gonna fudge some numbers here, but trust the process here, right? Let's say that it takes you a day to finish a game. Like, let's say Crash Bandicoot. Let's say you finish Crash Bandicoot in a day. Well, if you're 10 years old at the time, again, we're just picking an arbitrary number. If you're 10 years old at that point, well, that means that one day is 1/350th of your life at that point. You know? If you did it 3,650 times, that would be your entire life at that point. As you get older, a day is proportionally a smaller amount of your life lived, so it feels shorter. That's my personal opinion, Liz. I have no idea if that's correct. I have no idea if there's any basis in reality of that, but that's just how I like to imagine it. That's how I rationalize it to myself. I think as well, once you've done something the first time, it always feels quicker, you know? Like, you guys ever encountered that where you'll see like a commercial, and the first time it feels like, wow, this commercial's gone on for absolutely ages, it's taking forever. And then like the second and third times, it seems like weirdly short. Obviously sometimes they do like, you know, air shorter versions of them, but I think just once you're aware of how long something is, it always feels shorter the second and third time round. Ion, Farish, Shining, Neo, Swingman, Sunrise, and Wingman Infernal Raid, so no Stratos then. To be fair, that still sounds like a heckin' good deal. I don't begrudge kids for being bored, for assuming they're very young. I don't begrudge kids for being bored. I will begrudge them for being annoying about being bored. You're allowed to be bored as long as you like. But don't be annoying about the fact you're bored. Especially today, like, you can go on the internet and find, like, infinite amount of entertainment for free, like at twitch.com/Helm-Chan. You know, children have no excuse to be bored. Alright, second and thankfully final jetpack level. Yeah, whatever, thanks for that. Oh, that was really cancelling. Very sloppy. Oh. Everybody from Facebook was a Oh man. I gotta say, like, you know, credit to Raid Shadow Legends. Like, the game's probably absolutely awful. As far I've got no reason to think it's even remotely playable, let alone good, but you gotta give them credit, they sure as hell have an advertising campaign, everyone knows the name of it. Back when I was about 40, if God of War 1 appears to be an entire day of me being done around 5 to 6 game services to your work shift. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And you guys were going to be Shadow Mist Neos, which I think they'd include, as it was much better at not adding random stress in this. That is true. That is true. Actually, you know what? I'm going to push back on that slightly. Master Duel does tend to put a lot of random trash in the decks, but it's still trash that you could play in the strategy. Like, they're not just shoving in, like, you know... Oh, okay, sure. They're not... Oh, wait, wow, last life. Oh, wait, they're dead. Well...
Game over.
Good thing we can just retry. These jetpack levels, I always get impatient about playing them. Anyway, what I was saying. Monster is pretty good about putting random crap in decks, but it's random crap that makes sense. Like, yeah, you're probably not playing the cards that are in there, like, I don't know, the Dragon Maid structure, from what I remember, has like a bunch of Cyber dragons, like... What? There's like a Battle Fader one, I forget its name now. But like, yeah, you probably don't play that realistically, but it makes sense that you could put it in a dragon deck and it would do something, you know? It's not like they're gonna release, like, say, a Cyber Dragon deck and just randomly throw in, like, Ascendant of Thunder or something. Hold a second then. See a vein there, out back. 2016 to hit around the structure deck, because, you know, oh no, Strength's big, but it's still too strong, so that's how that happened back there again. Wonderful to see you, and so wonderful evening, take care. Oh, just like, yeah, this is the worst level in the game. The jetpack levels are the worst levels in Crash 2, and it's not even close. Thankfully, there's not too many of them. Unfortunately, Crash 3 has significantly more levels that I dislike than Crash 2. And unfortunately, because we've chosen to do them in order, we will be seeing that. Or we'll be seeing that at the end, I should say. We did not save the best to last. Not miss the crystal. Thank you. I think I missed that as well the last time we played this. I think when we were doing our 100% run, I think I had to do one of these jetpack levels twice. It was either the crystal or a box I missed, one or the other. I thought it. Four crates, pathetic. If we get random trash, we're getting evil heroes. That's true, yeah, the evil heroes retrains, yeah. Honestly, I do want to see them branch out with the heroes. I want to see, like, I want a fully playable, like, contrast hero deck. I don't even know what it would do. I have no idea. I just think it would be neat. I have no good reasons for it. Well, it's in the last level, I think, isn't it? Hold up. Let's double check. 24 crystals, yeah. This level is actually like quite difficult if you're going for 100%. You have to come here and once you've got all 5 of the coloured gems, and then do a decently challenging bit of platforming, but if you're just doing it casually, it's actually quite easy. Not like easy, but like, it's not that hard. Broken manga stuff like Convergence, which is poly and mask change in one. Honestly, why not? Heroes have their own things, why not? Just give them like... Just print Pot of Greed, but you need a hero, why not, yeah? You know that meme of like Thing versus Thing Japan? I feel like that's how most Yu-Gi-Oh! Players look at heroes. Like, Pot of Greed versus Pot of Greed brackets heroes. Skill Drain versus Skill Drain hero. Macrocosmos versus Macrocosmos hero. Okay. I want to show something off here. So these things here, they zap you like that, yeah? They shrink you down to death state. I did not realise until replaying the game on this version of the game that you can in fact deflect those, because why would you assume you could? You know, why would you assume that blue lasers can be deflected? You've never done that before, but it's actually like kind of important to getting through some of these platforming puzzles without taking damage. It's like the only part of Crash 2 that I think is like, that's not great design. Like, I don't like the jetpack levels, but I'm sure someone does. Yubel versus Yubel Hero, that would make sense. Can you actually play Yubel Heroes? Is it worth doing anything, or do they just not really do enough together? Because, like, yeah, those are like the two strategies you really should be putting together, right? That just makes perfect sense. Yubel Heroes, but it's stun. I mean, isn't that just hero then? Just saying. So you think it's funny? Yeah! Just saying. I'm just saying. Both stun decks and hero are decks that frequently activate Macrocosmos and skill drain and just say go. Just saying. Alright, time for the worst boss fight in the franchise. Maybe not the franchise, but it's certainly the worst fight in this trilogy. Oops. Ah, dang, I hate the controls of the jetpack. I can never get my head around them properly. It was just awkward. Jones on Harry's Dark, that's not even that often. But I'm not like comically easy to make in Heroes, isn't it? Don't you just like search mask change and then end on a Dark, you just make Dark Lord? I'm just saying. Let me clarify. I have no problem with Dark Lord. I am not here to hate on Dark Lord. I am okay with Macrocosmos decks existing. I have no problem with it. I think people should be more willing to adjust their strategies to learn to play around Macrocosmos. I'm actually not hating Dark Lord, but I'm just saying, no one hates on Dark Lord, and yet nobody hates on Plasma, but everyone hates on Skill Drain and Macrocosmos. Just saying. Makes you think. Anyway, let's get to our third game. Unfortunately, no, wait, there is still dialogue in the next game. We still get to have comedic cut-offs. I love that we got the yellow gem as well. I refuse to think. Alright. Time for probably the best one aesthetically, at least. Again, I do have problems with Warp from a design standpoint, but I do think it has like the best vibes. Like the time travel gimmick is like very good here. Skip, please. Thank you. Bye. Toad Village. Unfortunately, it's not Frog Village.
Crash, crash.
Crash, crash. That's like the sequel, I guess. Crash, crash. A big time of Heroes, it's not that it's 100% consistent, but if you play Heroes a lot, you learn the lines. I think you're more getting on Dark than the Rookie Hero. Yeah, definitely. Skill Drain 1000 LP flip. 3 beats per. I mean, to be fair though, Stratos, you are leading into the hero stereotype player of heroes having everything and still saying it's not enough. Just saying. Let's be honest. For heroes, spamming guys onto the field is not difficult. Allow me to introduce you to Malicious, who is now at 3 copies. Like, if there's one thing that you can reasonably rely upon heroes to do, is to get a bunch of guys on the field. Like, heroes are just great at spamming dudes. Again, I'm not hating on heroes. I haven't got a problem with heroes. My only problem with heroes is not unique to them, and it's just that I wish that they, what's the word? I wish that they didn't take so long to do their lines. It's one of those decks that takes a while to get there. And they don't... No, stress, I'm agreeing. What I'm saying, though, is people don't mind it. No one complains about Plasma. That's what I'm saying. Plasma and Skill Drain have the same text on them, but no one cares about Plasma because it's a hero. American Dark with 95% low on DP. Yeah, see, I think DP is honestly like a much more hated card, or well, maybe it was. I don't think it's these. I think people are relatively okay with it these days. I think the Bestials did a lot to cull that card's power level. But yeah, I definitely see people like complain more about DPE than about like Plasma or Dark Law. Heroes get away with a lot because they haven't had any tops lately. things like more durable. You lose if you take one hit. That sucks. I don't forget, actually, before this game came out, I used to get a UK PlayStation magazine. God, remember buying gaming magazines? Oh, that's dazing me right now. I remember they got an article once where it wasn't the official PlayStation magazine, it was like a little independent one. They interviewed a vet. I promise I'm going somewhere with this. They interviewed a vet and showed this vet various video game characters that are, you know, based off of animals. And they asked her to try and guess what these animals were. And I'll never forget, the image they used for Crash Bandicoot was, what's the word? It was the underwater one where he has the, what's helm? The scuba gear on. And somehow, the vet's guess was Barracuda. I mean, granted, I don't know what I would have guessed, but I don't know Barracuda would have been the one. I'm going to semi-limited, so I did nothing and do that much. Honestly, from what I've heard, it doesn't matter. If Engraver's at one copy, it doesn't matter. They could... I've been talking to people about it. Like, the hit doesn't mean anything. If there is a single copy of Engraver alive, it's still full combo. It's really just like a kind of... what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for here? It's a token hit, you know. Because I'm saying, yeah, we know you're all going to be playing this card. I do find it very strange, though. Do you guys think it's weird, the fact that everyone is just okay with the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh! Currently has a meta-relevant archetype that features Vor? Do you guys think that's weird? I feel like not enough people are talking about the fact that the Finsmith cards literally involve Vor. Again, we're not here to judge. Yeah, so so the Fiendsmith cards, right? The Fiendsmith's, what's the copy in Requiem? It's got a mouth on it. And in the card Fiendsmith's Trapped, you can see the Fiendsmith kicking a demon into the mouth of the Requiem, right? The card is called Tract, as in digestive tract. It is literally evolving him. Again, I'm not judging. Okay, maybe I'm judging just a little bit, but like, you know. It's more the fact that they just put that on the card. Maybe I'm the dirty one here, maybe I'm the one that's just dirty-minded. But like, I just find it strange that no one has acknowledged the fact that Fiendsmith is not only everywhere, but also has playable cards that just include Vor. I'm not going to have no one to talk. I mean, I'm not. Again, I will never judge. I'm never here to kink shame. Be into what you're into. If you're into getting bored by a coffin, then, you know, far be it from me to say you shouldn't be doing that. As long as everyone involved is consenting adults, I couldn't care less. Trying to get sharp there for a while, and not really. The shark's still not really making it there. It's a shame. Didn't they get like some busted new support fairly recently, actually? I forget. I'll admit, I'm very bad at like reading and memorizing Yu-Gi-Oh cards if they're not what I'm actively using. Or they're like very cute. I'll never forget when I went to YSS London and my round one was against a cash dealer player, and I had to ask him, like, he just, you know, he does cash dealer things, summons a Rise Heart, and I asked him, what does that do? And the man looks at me like I just grew 5 heads, because, yeah, who the fuck is asking what cash dealer a Rise Heart does? It's like the most played card in the format at the time. And I was like, yeah, I only play Master Duel, I haven't seen this card yet. Maybe spell it in Bourbon, but let me live my life. Exactly, Robin, you're allowed. You are perfectly allowed. But Konami knew what they were doing when they designed the Harpy Ladies. I mean, literally, the card's called Sada Bondage in Japan. like the only part of the N.Sane trilogy that I think just markedly mechanically worse is these stages. It's very hard to explain how it feels if you haven't played both of them, but the controls for these jet ski stages are... Well, the controls are the same, but the physics are like very different in a way that's not easy to articulate. It somehow feels a bit slidier. It's really, really hard to like put into words. I was a freak, she was a freak. Joey likes older women's too. That's true. It's very true. See, that's what we need. That's what we need. I was saying this in Discord the other day. We need an archetype, right? Hear me out. Here's my grand vision. Here's why John Konami should hire me. Archetype of monsters. Every single monster in this archetype is one of the you know, sexy lady monsters from Yu-Gi-Oh's history, except you add a couple of decades to them, making them all into sexy milfs and cougars. Then you add a time wizard retrain that cheats them out of the deck. You see the vision? I'm just saying, John Konami, I've got a million of these ideas. Hit me up, okay? Have your people call my people. We'll talk. We'll do lunch. In fact, you know what I would like for lunch? I'd like some cheese. I'm gonna get some here. Oh, that sounds funny. Alright, so there's a cheese strapped to this level, which was in the original PS1 and they kept it in. And it's wonderful. Yep. So, first you just jumps around, this is easy. This part there is no cheese for, this part you just have to actually do properly. But after you hit him, you can just stand in the top left corner here, like this. You are now immune, and because we are cheesing it, they are throwing cheese at us. I love this. It's such a nice Easter egg. It's a great way of acknowledging that, you know, we know you can do this. We're not mad at you, but we are gonna make you aware that we know what you're doing. It's cute. I wish more games did this kind of stuff. Turn it from a bug into a feature. So God, the portrait of Tiny on the artwork here, on the floor. God, the wrinkles in that man's neck. Why didn't I meet you? Tell John Konami for those hungry burger stuff. Wait, they did that? They did actual hungry burgers? Oh, I missed that. Ah, that sounds amazing. Alright, so now first power up is completely worthless. We will never be using it unless we have to. They did. That's so good. Please tell me they have like a bunch of other Nouvelle stuff as well.
Well done.
Oh, these guys aren't giving us as amusing cut-offs this time. Oh, but it's very... all good, honestly. I love the Japanese-themed cafe stuff. It's so cute. Why? What? I think I've worked out what it is. I think I need to not be skipping on the first possible frame. I think that in Crash 2 you had to wait a little bit before you could skip, and that was giving us better results. So I'll try and give like a moment longer to speak. The GX Golden Egg. You know what? I'd love to know what that was in Japanese. Like, maybe it was the same, but that definitely strikes me as something that was probably changed for localization. Also, this guy, he just dies if you hit him. I think it's the European versions of the game only. I think they took it out of the American one. If you hit him, he loses all of his clothes, and he's just like got his hat and like underpants on. I think he even loses his beard. It was, oh, it's still okay, fair enough. That's funny, like of all the things that changed in GX, you would have thought that would have been one of them, wouldn't you? I do feel bad that they commit this much frog violence, but I'm consoling myself about it by telling myself that these frogs all have the effect text that says "except Frog the Jam," so we're justified. in our violence. Tell John because I really want Rush duels. Yes! Here's the thing, I don't even know if I would even get into Rush, but I want it. The fact that I can't play it bothers me, you know? It's not a case of like I want Rush because I would play it, it's like the fact that I can't play Rush is what bothers me. Yeah, the new Harpies are really good. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, the new Harpy Lady Sisters card, the pink hair. I know. Act surprised. Helm is simping over the pink-haired one. I know. But I really love her expression. That's very, very hot. I always felt bad for the, I think what Harpy Lady 3, I think it is with the spiky hair. I don't know, I've never seen artwork of that one that I didn't think looked kind of silly. It's not a good look. She looks like she just stuck a fork in an electrical outlet. I'm sure someone's into that look, but look, it doesn't really do anything for me, unfortunately. Imagine Rush Duels come out here and we just ruin it, and Konami subsequently goes with the official statement of, you're why we can't have nice things. I mean, how can we ruin it, you know? We can't be ruining it any harder than we're ruining current Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, you saw what the TCG players did to the Runic cards. Ugh, get that shit out of here. Although I did not realise that. Okay, well he's dead now, but that was a monkey carrying those pots. I did not realise that until this remake either. I'm pretty sure it was always a monkey, but in the PS1 graphics I couldn't tell. I thought he was just like a guy with like a jumper on. I don't know why he'd be wearing a jumper, but you know, I'm not here to question his fashion. We did this one, right? Get on 8. Oh boy, time for one of the bad levels! Yay! I sure do enjoy playing a bad racing game in the middle of my platform. That's my favourite thing to have happen. I will say that although I don't like these levels mechanically, aesthetically it is pretty damn good. I do love this, like, what is it, like 80s, 70s? I'm not very good with that time era, but like the vibe of it, you know. The diner vibe, the big power cars, it's all very good. And really, I suppose that's testing you go. Japan and the space out just had a lot of things. I've mentioned this before. I am convinced that we did not get Gundams for like a decade because Gundam Crossfire, also known as Gundam Target in Sight, was an absolute bomb because the game was absolutely terrible. Nobody liked it. It was awful. And I'm convinced that they did really badly in the West. And because of that, Konami went, not Konami, Namco Bandai just said, well, I guess the West just doesn't want Gundams anymore, and proceeded to give us exactly nothing for the next decade. Thank God they've realised we do want Gundams, just not the bad ones. Speaking of the bad ones, no, hot take alert, maybe hot take, I don't know. I'm not too excited about the new Gundam, I'm gonna be honest. What's it called, Gundam G-Cube or something? I don't know how you pronounce it. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure people will like, oh.
G'day, mate. Dingle Dial's the...
That sounds like a dingle dial. G quacks, you know what? Spidey, I'm going with that. That is my official pronunciation for it. Will now forever be G quacks. Yeah, I don't like the look of it. I'm sure people will enjoy it. I'm sure it'll be good. But I really do not like the mechanical designs. They look really unappealing. I'm sure there are some people for whom that is exactly what they are looking for out of it. But there's such a thing as being too different, and I think that it borders on that. Actually, you know... Whoops. That was Aiden B when that should have been B then A. Hey Bolts, welcome in, welcome, how you doing? Well. Lovely to see you as always, having a great evening. Thank you so much. We're just talking about Gundams and ones we don't like. Now, I was going to say, look, I said that they are too different, but I'm actually going to run that back. I don't dislike them because they're different. I just don't think they look good. That's literally all it is. I just don't like the look of them. I'm sure there are plenty of people that do, and for those people, I'm genuinely happy. Oh, right, we need the double jump for that one. Either that looks very precise. Seed is bad. Yeah, I don't like Seed either. But I'll say this much for Seed. I don't like Gundam Seed, but I don't mind their mechs. Seed may not have like a good story in my opinion, and I don't care for any of the characters. But I will say there are some good mechanical designs there. I actually really like Luna Maria's Zaku with like the beam. What's it called? Like hyper beam launcher or some shit? So it's interesting. Like it's sort of won the war, but it makes a bit. Yeah. See, that's the thing. The concept is an interesting setting. But why the fuck would the Zeon's mobile suits look like that? Have you seen the Zaku? Again, I'm not hating on it strictly because it's different. I'm hating on it because those Zakus are hideous. They look awful. Again, I will reiterate as much as I can. If you enjoy them, you are allowed to, and I'm genuinely happy you like them, but I just can't approve of them personally. I don't like them. Yeah, this one I think we can do without the double jump. Well, we can maybe if we don't fail the jump, but that doesn't work. There's that more Zaku ones. Yeah, but so here's the thing, I mean, again, it's obviously different interpretations, but they just look too... They don't look like Zakus. You know? There's hardly any Zaku DNA in the designs. And again, this is not strictly a different equals bad thing. I don't even like Zakus that much. I'll be honest, Zakus are not even close to being my favourite grunt suit. I think I like the Zaku 1 sniper type. And that's pretty much it. Like, every other Zaku type I could probably take or leave. I just don't like the designs. Like, they're really bulky in places where they probably shouldn't be. Really, like, skinny in other bits. I don't know, I don't like it. That's the underlining message. I just don't like it. Let's produce the Big Zam. The Big Zam looks fine. I have no problem with the Big Zam take. If they do release a kit of the Big Zam, I may still get that. Just so I can own a Big Zam. Because honestly, the fact we do not have a high-grade Big Zam in the year of our Lord 2025 is actually criminal. Like, they made high grades of the Dendrobium and the Neo-Zeon before they made the Big Zam. They made 2 high grades of the Neo-Zeon. They made it in 2 different colors. Just in case you weren't sick of it the first time. I will say that actually, the high grade Neo-Zeon is actually a very good kit. Dendrobium on the other hand, do not worry about it. Unless you are like extremely, like into the Dendrobium specifically, you do not need it. Like, they're both bricks, but the difference is the Dendrobium is an annoying to build brick that is really heavy, whereas the Neo-Zeon goes together very easily and actually weighs surprisingly little because it's mostly hollow. Oh, dang it. You're getting tripped up by these dragons. I believe that every Zero dies in Fate of the Gym in first Gundam. The Gilgul gets almost as good as the Gym. I will not fight you on that, but then again, I am well recorded as loving gyms. The gym line of Mobile 6 is far and away my favourite. I think the only gym design I'm not the biggest fan of, I don't hate it. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I don't love the gym ground type, and by extension, I don't love the origin version of the gym because they have the same sort of like face going on. But even then, I like them more than the Zaku. Hey Spoon, you missed the books fair. We're missing quite a lot tonight. We're just trying to see if we can, well, not even trying to see if we are going to do it. It's not even a matter of if. We're just marathoning the entire trilogy, just doing it all 80% for once. And with the Gym 3, Gym 3 very good. We like the Gym 3. I like the very subtle difference in the face sculpt of the Gym 3.
Right. Now you've gone and done it.
Okay. I do like Dingo Dial. I've got them in cutscene.
Break out the butter. I'm gonna make toast.
Unfortunately for you, Dingo Dial, I know your shoes. Oh. Well, I ran into that. That's unfortunate. But yeah, we're 3 in 1 now. We started on Crash 1. We've been going for a few hours now, and we've seen the credits of all of them. Oh, yeah, that got messy. I could do some normal weapons. There's no fun in that. I want to do the swag straps. There we go. You're not intended to do it this way. You're meant to wait for him to shoot the ice down and then get in. Oh, dang it. I think I was stuck in his hitbox. This was like way more consistent with the PS1, by the way. Because I think in the PS1, I don't think he actually aims at you. I think he just kind of aims at the outside of the arena. Oh, that got messy. There we go. Good enough. I don't think I ever thought this guy properly once I worked out that I could do this well. Dang it. I need to let him recover more before I get in there. There's a lot more eye effects that I remember him having. I feel really bad for Dingo though. They put him in Crash 4, and he's actually a playable character, which was good. Dang it! Well, I did not really have much trouble on Dingo Down. It was really cool, like everyone, a lot of people's favourite boss is Dingo Down. I don't know why, there's something about the combination of Dingo and Dial and Flamethrower just works very well, yeah? Unfortunately, I really didn't like him in Crash 4. Like, you know, the characterization I gave him was fine, but his gameplay was just like slower and worse than Crash. There we go. Successfully cheesed. Only cost like 5 lives.
Mate, no worries. You'll soon be up against much worse.
There we go. Double jump. Best ability in the game. Actual game changer. I find it really funny how double jumps are just one of those things that we just accept in video games without question. Like, no human being has ever performed a double jump in real life. And yet we all just accept, yeah, that's the thing you can do in video games. You can just dump that. You know, just double jump. Just jump off the air. I mean, why would you not?
Well, haven't we gotten far?
Haven't we gotten far? I remember when they first released some of the promo images for this game. I remember the first promo images of Entropy. They were very high res, because again, we're talking like magazines. I always thought he was wearing an Elmer Fudd hat. I was like really surprised when I found out he's just got a goofy little pill on his head. I thought the first game was with Double Jump. Yeah, well, that's a great question. I'm trying to think what the first game I can think of that has a Double Jump. I'm gonna say maybe like an NES game, maybe? A lot of like the pre-NES games are like weirdly, like, heavy games. Yeah, you can be wondering now, Zordon. I wonder what it is. If anyone wants to look it up, feel free to share. I'm curious, actually. AG is jumping in midair so extreme, destroy your legs in real life. Well, that's why you just become the scout. Just become the scout. Scout look crazy legs crouch jump spam. Oh man, that was really nice. I don't know if you guys saw this. I think I shared it in the Discord. The Team Fortress 2 comic book has been kind of like on a hiatus for like years. I think the last one came out like 7 years ago or something ridiculous. And they finally released the last one around Christmas time. And it was really nice. It was a really nice send-off for the series. It does make me sad that, you know, we definitely have seen the last of these characters, and unfortunately Valve is just going to keep milking it forever, but it was a really nice send-off. The last few panels kind of got me a little bit choked up, I'm not going to lie. And in. Stretch. Hey, Peggy! Welcome in, welcome in! Good birthday, house, Ricky. Thank you! Hope you're doing well! Welcome in. We're doing a little crash marathon here. Trying to see if we can, well, not even trying to see if we can. We're gonna get through all the levels in one sitting. We're on the last game. We're nearly halfway through the last game, so we're actually nearly done. It's crazy how quickly you can blitz through these games. This was actually a perfect example of why, unfortunately, I don't like this game as much as Crash 2. I don't like this game as much as Crash 2, but like that does not mean this game is bad. Even the worst Crash game is like a fantastic game. But I actually did the maths on this, right? If we count underwater levels, we count bear levels, we count aeroplane levels, we count motorcycle levels. Basically, we count every level where you're not playing as Crash Bandicoot doing Crash Bandicoot platforming. Crash 3 actually has more levels where you're not playing Crash Bandicoot than levels where you are playing Crash Bandicoot. I know, that's like a very facetious way of looking at it, but... ID, hello, welcome in! Happy birthday, thank you! Thank you so much, hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you here. Have a good evening. Actually, you know what I did? Hold on. Pause. I want to shout you out, ID, because guys, go follow ID if you're not. ID recently came back to streaming, and he deserves a shout out, so give him a follow and give him your love. He is great. Yeah, of course! I'm trying to get better at doing shout-outs. I apologize to anyone that's lurking out there, I want to say this. But you know what, Pengy, you're next. Well, I want to stop it, because, again, mine all over the place. I'm going to shout out Pengy in a second. I'm trying to get better at shout-outs. If I never shout you guys out, it's not because I don't care about you or think you are not worth following. It's because I'm dumb. So I'm very dumb, and I just get locked in or on a train of thought and forget to do it, so I do apologize. I will shout out Pengy in a bit, because Pengy also deserves some follows. Even though I'm pretty sure most people here probably know Pengy as well, because we've been to Pengy before, but don't care. You know, I know, I just feel bad, like, whenever I'm in someone else's stream and they shout me, I'm like, oh, that's really nice. I'm just like... Oops. Right, that was too active. Yeah, whenever I'm in like someone else's stream and they shout me out, like I'm always like really charged, like, oh, it's so nice, I should do it. And then when I come to my own streams, I'm a dumbass and I just keep forgetting to do it. I'll see someone like, oh, hello, hey, how you doing? And then I'm like, yeah, I just forget to do the thing. You found it? You found it, what, the double jump game? Oh, dang it, I hate these things. I hate these things because the hitboxes on them is like really not obvious. Like, both where the damage zone begins and ends, and also when they are and aren't active. The first game with Double Jump was a Namco Sasuke called Dragon Buster. I've never heard of it, but you know what? That sounds entirely believable. That sounds like the kind of game that would be like, you know what? Screw it, we'll just cheese it. Cheese it. iPhones. Who cares? Sometime! I didn't know you could follow. I didn't know I could follow myself. Thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Alright, high time. In fact, while it's high time, it shall be also... Well, I have to alt-tab because this game's not be alt-tab.
So, you pesky
It will also be Pengy time, as I will shout out Pengy. Go follow Pengy as well if you're not.
Continue to gather crystals
There we go.
and see what I do.
Oh, he got to do his whole monologue. Oh well. That's fine. I wasn't listening anyway. I need to remember I have to double jump. I've gone for like 2.5 games without it. I kind of keep forgetting I've got it now. Gotta start spamming that shit. Do you guys what? Not to think of like particular game mechanics, like double jumps and things. Do you guys have like one game mechanic that is in like a lot of things that you just can't stand? Something that is in like a distressing amount of games, whether or not it benefits them, and you just hate it. I've got 2 examples for this I want to bring to the table here. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow! So here's my 2 examples for mechanics I hate in games. Mechanic number 1, crafting. Now hear me out on this one. When I say I hate crafting, of course, thank you, deserve it. I'm trying to get better at doing the shout-outs, and I'm trying to shout out people when I see them, so get shouted out, nerd. So, when I say I dislike crafting in games, oh dang it, I dislike crafting in games where it doesn't make sense of crafting. How many races do you have? We have every color of the rainbow, as well as RGB mode. And you can redeem them all now with your coins in the chat. There's no cooldown on any of the lighting redeems, that's why they're quite cheap, so if you want to overwrite someone else's choice, go for it. So yeah, crafting what doesn't make sense. If your game is like a crafting-based game, fair enough. You know, I'm not out here saying Minecraft shouldn't have crafting. It's kind of the whole point of the game, you know? But in a lot of RPGs, crafting just adds an extra annoying step between you getting the thing you want to have. Like, imagine this, right? You're in a dungeon. I'm gonna put my DM hat on. I'm gonna paint you a narrative. Close your eyes. You're going through the dungeon, and after a hard-fought battle, before you find a treasure chest. It's unlocked. Perhaps, maybe someone had beaten you to it, or maybe the Guardian didn't think a lock was necessary. You open the chest, and inside, you retrieve your bounty. 3 squirrel tails! And when you get home, you can use the squirrel tails to craft a doublet with them. Now tell me, would that story have been worse if instead of the squirrel tails, you just found the doublet? Or just found gold? Like, every time I see this in an RPG, and it's not always RPG, but it's often RPGs, it never feels like a fun, interesting mechanic. Crafting never feels like, yeah, I made that. This is my unique item that I customized and personalized myself. Again, unless that's the whole focus of the game. It always just feels like, oh boy, crafting's in this game. That means I have to periodically go to the menus and click buttons to obtain items that I could have just pulled out of a chest. I don't think I've ever played an RPG where crafting felt like a good idea. And I blame a lot of it on Minecraft specifically, because Minecraft, like, you know, popularized crafting. My other mechanic that I do not like as a general rule in games, stagger bars. Now, this can be done okay. They're not, unlike the crafting thing, stagger bars aren't always irritatingly awful. But I think a lot of games include stagger bars that should not have stagger bars. For example, Final Fantasy 16. That's right, I got you guys, I baited you guys. It's just an excuse for me to bitch about Final Fantasy 16 yet again. Why do you need to put a stagger bar in an action game? Like, in a spectacle fighter, why are there stagger bars? Why do there need to be stagger bars? The entire purpose, the entire power fantasy of a spectacle fighter game is that you spend vast amount of that game juggling enemies and doing cool combos. Why does he need a stagger bar? That just makes me unable to do the thing that you want me to do in the game. Damn it. I might actually lose this, you know. Fishing and card minigames, great answers. Fantastic answers, actually. Even when the card games are good, even if the card games are fun, I will agree with you, I don't like them. If I want to play a card game, I will seek... Oh, we are definitely losing this now, I think. Yeah. Oh, we can't just restart the race, that's unfortunate. We can just quit, though. Yeah, if I want to play a card game, I will play a dedicated card game. I will play Yu-Gi-Oh! I will play Red Dragon Inn. I will play Solitaire. I don't need a single-player card game. And don't get hit in everything, here's the thing. I've played card games in games that can be fun. But personally, I'd rather at the Helm-Chan be playing something else. Get an agreement, you can only complain about every single day with end of Y. I think that counts for today. Well, it is, because it's my birthday. And my birthday ends in a Y. So there we go. The fishing one, I also agree with you. I don't get fishing. The only game I think I've ever played where I enjoyed the fishing was Holocure. Because the fishing in that game is actually like a bit more involving, there's a bit of a mini game to it, it's not just wait and then hit button. Thank you, Egg, welcome in, welcome, we're doing well. So something is going to build on it. Oh, it's going to build on your, it adds more between you and your double. Okay, yeah, go for it then. Whoops, oh, dang it. Not paying attention. Don't read chat and drive, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. For the fishing in 15, I couldn't tell you why. I didn't even get to the fishing in 15. Okay, I didn't like 15, but it'd be more accurate to say it just did nothing for me. I just didn't get into it. FF15 was not doing anything that I wanted out of a Final Fantasy game. So it just didn't hold my attention. It might even be a good game, for all I know. I remember the only thing I remember not liking specifically was the control scheme was really bad. Not even bad, it felt wrong. Holding a button to dodge automatically, as opposed to just like tapping the button to do a quick dodge, just feels wrong. I just don't like that. It's not even like this is bad design, I just don't like that. About the 15 point first, yeah. Whoops, oh dang it, we're gonna lose again. Yeah, we're losing again, okay, damn it. Yeah, I got to like the second, I think. But yeah, I just found it really repetitive. It's weird. I don't know why modern Final Fantasy games are so ashamed of their roots. And so like determined to just like pretend they're not Final Fantasy games. Thank you, Vivix, welcome in. And Time as well, thanks so much for the follow, Vivix, thank you. Hope you guys have a good evening. I'm just sitting and bitching about Final Fantasy games while playing Crash Bandicoot. Honestly, I really want Square Enix to just do a nice... A Final Fantasy game which leans into the good Final Fantasy games. Like 9 or 7 or 5. Like, do not be ashamed of what you have. You know, like okay, here's like the dream game, right? The dream Final Fantasy game has a setting a bit like 8, but like the start of 8, before 8 setting goes completely shit. So a setting a bit like the start of 8. It has a class system, like 5 or 10-2. It has a large but not too large party, like 9. Yeah, that would be the dream game. Modern fantasy, class-based game with a large but not overwhelmingly large cast of colourful characters that leans heavily into its fantasy roots. Even if they want to add more numbers, that's fine. Hey, Vana! So I think FF is a single-page RPG with 12. 12 is on my list of games I need to replay. I did not like 12 in my initial playing, but my tastes have changed significantly since then, and I'm definitely down to opening my mind and giving it a fresh look like I did with, well, every FF game we've been doing, really. I think the only... No, I was going to say the only one, but that's not true. It's actually been quite interesting doing this little FF journey with you guys, starting from FF1 and so on, because I think almost every FF game that I've played that I wasn't sure, like, it's been a while since I've played it, my opinion has been very different to how I thought it would be. Like, if you asked me 2 years ago, I would say 1 good, 2 good, 3 good, 4 okay, 5 good, 6 okay, 7 okay, 8 okay, like, not very strong things. When we played them through again, I'm like, no, 2's actually not awful. It's not amazing, but it's just pretty good. 3 is actually a lot worse than I remember it being. 4 is actually a lot worse than I remember it being.
Well, you've crashed a few.
You've crashed a few. Anyone here familiar with the RPG genre known as blobbers? These are games that tend to combine full customization and first-person dungeon crawling. Oh! I've never heard that term from them, but I know exactly what you're talking about. You are talking about games like Etrian's Story, right? I've got a friend that is super into those. I could never get into them myself, and I can tell you exactly why. If a game is going to give me like a blank slate party, like say FF1 or FF3, if it's going to be an RPG with a blank slate party, I really have to enjoy the gameplay. And I don't personally click with that sort of first-person dungeon exploration. I've played a few of them, just not my bag. Five is of course perfection, correct. A problem with fun as a whole is I'm bored of modern futuristic technology and clothes. I can agree with you on that. Final Fantasy 14 is like really suffering right now in that regard. Because 14, like, ostensibly has a very, like, you know, standard Final Fantasy setting. But, spoilers for the worst Final Fantasy XIV expansion, Dawn Trail. For some reason, they decided, hey, let's just put a cyberpunk city in our fantasy game and leave it there. This is now irrevocably part of the setting. You now have to live with the fact that this is a setting that has running water, electricity, and the internet, and the ability to just store your soul in the fucking cloud. God, I wish I were joking. Can you hear the vitriol in my voice? And this is the same setting that includes a town that's just, haha, we're pirates. Yar. It doesn't work. I like a bit of futuristic sprinkling into a fantasy setting. FF1 had that, like, even from the very beginning. Final Fantasy games have always had a futuristic bent to them.
Ah, you little
Yes. They've always had a futuristic bent. The Flying Fortress in FF1, where you fight Tiamat, is literally a futuristic sky fortress with technology and robots. And you can find a machine called War Mech that will destroy you with an ability called Nuke. I like that. I think that's cool. The problem is, it needs to stay exotic. The moment at which you start commoditizing that, it stops being fantastical and unusual, and now you've got a setting where, well, why does the rest of this setting exist? Like, if the world has, you know, a country that just has the internet and electricity and the ability to just 3D print soldiers at will, well, at that point, I'm sorry, I like the pirate guys. They haven't got a chance. They're gonna get obliterated. There's a reason why this sort of thing is normally done in the context of it being like a, you know, ancient future civilization that's now... Oh wait, he's still... Wait, the platforms are still there. No, that's meant to happen. Did the game bug? I kind of just zoned out there. He's meant to reset the platforms. Did he just not do that? Alright, we'll take it. Maybe they're cyber pirates. I mean, yeah, it could be, I guess. Again, I like Modern Fantasy. Modern Fantasy is my shtick. I like it. My main complaint about FF14 is that it's a setting that was not Modern Fantasy, they've made modern.
You insignificant moron!
That's rude. How dare you? Alright, 10 levels to go. I knew this will get Limp Biscuit fantasy. Okay, I am going to push back on this. I was wrong about Jack. I am not too proud to say when I play a game and I change my mind or something. Doesn't happen that often. I was wrong about Jack. Unironically, Stranger of Paradise might be the best Final Fantasy game we've had in a long while. And I don't say that, it's hard for me to say that because, like, I was the harshest critic of that game when they first revealed it. I said, wow, this looks fucking dumb. I bet the cat animations for the glory kills are going to get boring almost immediately. This character has no story. Why are there AirPods in, you know, Cornelia? I was pissed. I was really mad about it. And you know what? I was wrong. That game, actually, is really good. And while it's still a bit dumb, without going into spoilers, because, you know, I'm not going to spoil this one for you, because I want you to play it. If you haven't played this game, I want you to give it a chance, because genuinely, it's actually a really good time. But without going into spoilers, there is a reason why Jack has AirPods, and it makes perfect sense. And I can't tell you without spoiling huge amounts of the plot. The plot's not amazing, it's nothing like super duper amazing, but it's a plot that has twists that are worth experiencing for yourself. Other than biscuits in the game. It is great, it is wonderful. Jack is like the most consistently written protagonist, and it's great. There is a scene where, without going into too much detail, he interrupts a boss mid-monologue and punches them in the face. It doesn't do much, the boss just shrugs it off, but it's great that they let him do that. It's the exact opposite of what I hate in writing. I hate when writing just decides that they have to... You know, a character has to be inept something, you know? Maybe there's a scene where, like, the bad guy's monologuing, everyone just stands there slack-jawed watching them. And the boss just, you know, while he's monologuing, he does the thing. He activates the Doomsday device, or he kidnaps the princess or whatever, and everyone just watched him do it, you know? Show your dark soul with eyes! Welcome in, welcome! But yeah, Jack on the other hand is like, no, I'm gonna punch him in the face. It doesn't work, but let him do it. So I don't know why this animation like judders like this. It's really strange. You know, who likes like weird, pointless airplane missions? I sure don't. Oh, hold on, I need to reinvert these controls, don't I? There we go. This is like this might be the worst level actually, or this genre of level, where you just gotta like, you know, fly around, shoot things. That's it. It's like slightly interesting if you're trying to get all the boxes, but not that much. Okay, I'm gonna read you all in a second there. Actually, I can read it now. We'll just go straight on. Unicorn joke found upon specifically Japanese bloggers. Go this word. You beat an enemy. It drops an item. But it's not just dropping an item, it's an item chest, and that chest is trapped. So you need a thief to unlock the chest to disarm the trap. If the thief succeeded, now you have the item. But wait, you don't know what item you got. You either have to have a sage class item identified, or you have to go back to town and pay a nominal fee to have it identified. And congratulations, there you have the item. And it's a crafting material that you combine with 3 others to finally get your doubler, and now do the whole thing 3 more times because 4 out of 6 of your partners can use your doubler. Yep. See, as you're explaining that, I've never encountered a game that does that. Admittedly, I don't play the Japanese blobber games or that kind of thing. As you're describing that, I can see the inspiration, because that is how Dungeons and Dragons does it. You know, in Dungeons and Dragons, you'll have your party.
So, Crash Bandicoot, we meet again. Ooka, ooka.
I'm just trying to time this in such a time to like make him sound as ridiculous as possible. Yeah, in D&D, you have like your thief party member who will open the chest. You have your wizard who will identify things. And in those games, it's not really a huge deal because in those games, you're not walking and adventuring in real time. If you need to identify a thing in town or have it made into something, the DM can just say, yeah, you just do it. You know. Oh, we're gonna go back to town and identify the sword. Yeah, sure, it took like 2 days to get there. Guy identifies it. It's like a sword of sharpness or something, you know? Or, you know, just roll a skill check. And at that point, that's fun because that's part of the game. That's you having your choices validated. Didn't even need to skip down. I'm just going to try it. Yeah, I don't know if you can do it in the original. I think you can. I think it's like triangle or Y on the Xbox controller. We've been having fun just trying to make them sound as ridiculous as possible. Ooka, ooka. Uh-oh. Wow, that worked. Okay, sure. Again, for some reason, these are like really weird on this level. They feel slightly janky compared to the original PS1, and it's really hard to describe it unless you play them both. Honestly though, even despite that, I think I would recommend this over the PS1 version. Just because it's easier to play. You know, more accessible, looks nicer. By and large, sounds nicer. There's a couple of tracks I think I'd prefer originally on the PS1, but I think overall it's a net positive on the soundtrack front. Also, you can play as Coco, but like, the game's called Crash Bandicoot, so we're gonna play as Crash when we can. Nothing wrong with Coco, she's perfectly cute, but... Okay, did you guys see that? Hold on, that was weird. We got nudged by the cannonball, we moved on, and then we took the damage. That was an interaction. Like I said, this stage, these jet ski stages are a bit jank. Semi-slowly, guys, being goodbye for the original. Oops, I think with the reignited one, the only part that I remember being significantly worse was the... Well, again, I say significantly worse. I'm going off of like very old memories, so it's entirely possible that the original was also this bad and I just kind of don't remember it. And it's the skateboards in Spyro 3. Skateboarding in Spyro 3 in the remake is like omega jank. I think we ran into like more bugs in the final skateboard segment than like the entire rest of the game. with like the jetboard thing. You gave it the slip that it hit you anyway. Damn it! They double donked us, as they would say in TF2. Future Frenzy, first future level. This is a pretty good vibe. I like the future levels here. But a very kind of retro futuristic feel, you know, lots of chrome and neon. And something I find quite interesting is just how different eras, like time periods, perceive the idea of the future, you know? I feel like we're still kind of in the era of the future is all sleek and smooth and iPod, you know? All minimalist and just bland. I feel like that's still kind of largely the general future vibe, but I feel like we're moving away from it slowly. Tommy Campbell's one major set back in the day after all. I remember getting worked by them a lot, actually. Them and the anchor guys. And the sea guys. Actually, you know what? I just died a lot in that level in Chen, actually, gotta think of it. I love this interaction. It's so good. The double jump into the death spin is just... It never gets old. So I think that once you discover it, you feel like an absolute genius. Like, oh my god, I broke the game. It's like, no, of course, that's clearly intended, but it still feels great. In fact, I think here's what they teach you. I'm back in school, new rabbit, heck yeah! In fact, oh, Melanie, while you're here. Hold up. I'm trying to get better at this. So, Melanie. Get shout out, nerd! Guys, go follow Melanie. Melanie always has really comfy streams. I wish I could be in them more. Unfortunately, scheduling and whatnot. Go hang out with her, though, sometime. If you enjoy what I do here, you'll definitely have a great time with Melanie. I'm trying to get better at doing a shout-out thing. I keep seeing lots of lovely bees in the chat and forgetting to do it, so I'm trying to make it a point of getting better at doing it. Unfortunately, I do in fact have the attention span of a small flea. I don't know why the size of the flea matters, but, you know, I would assume smaller fleas have shorter attention spans. That just makes sense to me. Always love coming into... having you be here. So I always love coming into your streams when I can, Melanie. I always have a good time hanging out. But if I should unexpected work day, have a great photo shoot. I did, Jack. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and a wonderful night's sleep. Or if you're off to work now, hope work is okay for you, not too bad. Thank you as always. It's lovely to have you here as ever. Right, we're nearly done. This was like, I think this was the level 20, I think? No, it must have been 19. One more. Either one more or we missed a crystal. Okay, good, here's one more. This was the difficulty spike level for me as a kid in this game. I don't know why. For whatever reason, this level just destroyed me as a child. It's not even that difficult. As long as you, like, pace yourself remotely, it's really not that difficult. This is also, like, probably my favourite level to try to speedrun. It's like you're rebelling against the level, you know? Ah, dang it. Greedy. Any level that kind of, like, wants you to take your time and go slowly, like, makes it more satisfying when you do go fast, you know? Ah, damn it. I thought I'd try to jump on that one and bounce to my spin. I am greeding a little bit here. That's fine, I'm allowed a bit of greed. It's my birthday, I can be as greedy as I like. No one can tell me no. Except Lord and Lady Helm. Like, they do kind of have that authority, but you know, they're asleep right now. They sleep on normal people's schedules. Couldn't be me though. Hey, can we get past this first bit, please? I kept saying this level wasn't that hard, and now I'm like dying repeatedly on literally the second bit. There we go. That's how you do it. that was definitely a pity checkpoint, I think. One feature this game has that's actually really like... Okay, I'm gonna lie, I don't think I make that. One feature this game has that is like... kind of really innovative for its time, I think. I mean, I'm sure other games have done it, but I certainly couldn't name it off the top of my head. Is... if you do die too much, the game will make it easier for you. If you die too much in a stage, eventually the game will give you either bonus Aku Aku masks or just extra checkpoints will spawn. Hey buddy, thank you so much, welcome in, welcome. Last year the Black course called Operation Babel, New Tokyo Legacy. I was about to say before, you said it before I did. I was going to say that's the most generic RPG name ever. And the traits I'm talking about. Plus, if the sage is to first identify, they have a chance to get the Afraid status, which I can describe as becomes worse than dead weight. Cool. That's really cool. Man. It's weird. Okay, that thing sus. I think that looked like I landed on that, to be honest. It's weird how, like, RPGs, like... oh. Sometimes just have, like, the most heinous mechanics in. Oh, that was dumb. The most heinous mechanics just waste your time and make your game experience worse. And yet some people just eat that up. Like, for some people, that is the reason why they love the genre. Great example, actually, of, like, the blobber genre, as you call it. This one's not quite... I don't know if this one quite counts as a blobber, because this one did have, like... pre-established characters and you didn't really have like a fast system per se. But if you like that sort of first-person dungeon crawl and you like, you know, a bit of a visual novel storytelling approach, you could probably do worse than... oh god, what's the game called? I'm suddenly forgetting it. Zanki Zero, Last Beginning. I picked that game up, not really knowing much about the gameplay. I picked it up because someone told me it was by the guy that did Danganronpa and I liked Danganronpa. And apparently, like... oh, no, that was it. The trailer had a really interesting premise. The idea being that all the people are, like, clones. And they, like, because they're clones, they, like, rapidly age. But if they, because of this, if they die, whether it's because of old age or because of, you know, dying, then they just come back again as children. I just thought it was a really interesting idea, and I wanted to see what it did from a story standpoint. And to be fair, the story was quite interesting, but it had a lot of those sort of mechanics I just didn't vibe with, like feeding them. You know, you had to actually eat, or you had penalties. There's actually a mechanic in that game for going to the bathroom. I believe it depends on what difficulty you're on, whether or not that gets enabled. Like, I think on the lower difficulties, it just gets turned off. The very lowest difficulty, there is no game. On the very lowest difficulty, all the enemies are removed. Oh.
So, you want to go?
Yeah, on the easy difficulty, the enemies literally just don't exist. There's only bosses, and the bosses in question just have 1 HP. So you basically can't lose the game. Oh, I hate this boss. It's really annoying. You can only hit him when he's already hitting you. So I did one game for the PS1. It's a little bit different than that, but... oh wait, that's what it's doing well. A little bit actually. A little bit like that. I would say it's easy to manage in some regards in Digimon World 1, but no, I can see how you get to that. I actually did finish that game, but I didn't cheat. I did cheat with it. I played on the lowest difficulty, which again, there's no gameplay at that point. It is literally just walk through dungeons, hit boss once, you win, but I was actually really interested in the story, and the story was quite decent. I'm going to have to wait for the case major RPG to stop the little tunnel, 4 bosses the animated film, getting treated hospital, and 7 flies they're leaving again. It is a very specific... that's a penis. We just got to put with a penis gun. Why does it look like a penis? Guys, come on. You cannot tell me no one on the death team didn't look at that and go, that's a penis. This is not just me. That is a penis gun. Penis gun that for some reason makes our ship kind of like weirdly weighty to control. Like a lot of deceleration turning now. Come on, open up. Open it. have normal boss fights. Why can't we just fight you like a regular boss? As before, so I'm like, that's a shame. Like I said, I don't know how good of an example of a genre it is. I'm by no means a connoisseur of it. But from what I played it, like, I enjoyed the concept of it a lot. Again, the story was very good. Because of video call combat, it's time for egg delivery. Can you deliver 50 eggs? Too bad it's mandatory. That's how I feel sometimes when I'm playing a game like this.
It's funny how history repeats itself yet again.
Oh, that wasn't too good. Crash 2 was much more of a gold mine for unintentional funny cropping. Alright, 5 levels to go! Can we do it before we break 5 hours? Probably, I hope so. I feel like we'd be very slowing our pace if we don't, but... I'm actually very happy with the decision to move the stream forward by now today, actually, because if we are going to finish at basically 5 hours, then that's our usual finishing time, which is perfect. But... Robot bat. Robot. How many times have you played through this game? More than I can honestly count. I think it does have 100% completion. At least 5 for Crash Bandicoot 3 and 2. Crash 1, I think 3 times. Probably more for 3 and 2 though, to be honest, I really do like these games. Actually no, it's definitely, it's way more than 5 for 3 and 2 actually, what am I on about? I had a memory card on the PS1 with 100% completion on all 4 saves, so that was 4 times each on the PS1 alone. Was it why people can play a game so quick so they don't drive with platformers? It's funny, isn't it, how some people just click with certain genres. Like, I love platformers. I am terrible at strategy. Absolutely awful. I'm not particularly good at shooters either. I don't really like shooters much to begin with, but like I'm pretty bad at them. I used to be like okay. Back in the day, I used to play like a bit of Unreal Tournament 2004. Used to be okay at that. Never good, but like, you know, passable. B grade perhaps. But I kind of fell off the genre. These days I very much prefer like, you know, more narrative-driven experiences or just platform games. And turn-based RPG, oh yes, that's probably my favourite genre. Okay, that works, sure. I didn't even know you could do that, we'll take it. Ratchet & Clank and Sly Cooper! Those are great ones. Those are great ones. Sly Cooper I've actually never played. It's on my list of games I need to play at some point, because I completely missed that series. And I've never heard anything bad about it. Like, everyone I've spoken to that's played Sly Cooper likes Sly Cooper, so it's obviously worth playing. Ratchet & Clank, I like Ratchet & Clank. But Ratchet & Clank, by comparison, I was a lot more okay with that being a one-and-done kind of playthrough. I don't know why. It's really weird to put my finger on. I couldn't tell you exactly what Ratchet & Clank does differently to those other games that I didn't vibe with. But, I mean, again, I enjoyed them. I played all the PS2 ones, and I finished all the PS2 ones apart from Ratchet Gladiator. Didn't really click with that one. But yeah, I don't know. Something about it, like I was happy to finish them, but I never felt like I was enjoying them so much that I wanted to like perfect them or play them again. If that makes sense. A tactics RPG is the best. I love tactics RPGs in theory. I love the idea of tactics RPGs. The problem is I am baby. I am bad at them. The only tactics RPGs I've ever finished are Fire Emblem games, and even then, they're the Fire Emblem games that are like the easy ones where you can just turn off the permadeath. Oh, I hate the skidding here. The bike control's really weird. Like there's sort of what's the word, drift mechanic, but not really. And as soon as you get a speed boost, you do a really, like, you just go you basically become completely uncontrollable. Like, your turning radius is tiny. Not tiny, gigantic, the opposite. Finally, my beloved, especially the GBA ones. The GBA Fire Emblem is peak aesthetic. Like, I think the GBA Fire Emblem sprites might be my favorite sprites of my entire system. Absolutely timeless. Fun can be either good or raging decently bad. I was gonna say yes, the ambush spawns, yes. See, my problem with Fire Emblem games, and I say my problem, I don't mean that I dislike them. I mean, this is the problem with me relating to Fire Emblem games. Besides the fact that I'm bad, is I have a very particular way I like to play Fire Emblem games. I like to play Tank Emblem. I like to load my party with as many generals and paladins as possible because they have the highest defense. And my power fantasy is I want to just stand there, get attacked, and just go no damage. At that point, it doesn't matter if I kill them back. Like, that'd be nice, but like, you know, I just want the safety. I don't care about doing a billion things. This is not just true of Fire. Oops, this is not just true of Fire Emblem. Any game where I have the power to be like a bigger tank, that is my power fantasy. Just perfect safety. I might not be, you know, doing the most damage. I'm not going to kill you quickly, but I'll kill you before you kill me. I can assure you of that. That's my major shot. That's why you bring the paladins. At least in Awakening. Oh my god, what the hell? That was the exact same jump. Helm, get it together. In Awakening, specifically, I remember, paladins have the second highest defense cap and the second highest resistance cap. And they're just like the best units in the game, it's not even close. Like, you get swords, you get lances, you get mount speed, you get really high comms so you can rescue guys. And you have such high defenses that a lot of things will just plink off of you. Even magic doesn't do much to you, because again, you have high resistances. When I played Awakening, I min-maxed the hell out of my child. Because, you know, so if I was unfamiliar, in Awakening, there's a mechanic whereby you can, you know, ship your characters, which this has been a hot take among certain Fire Emblem fans, but personally, I think that should have been something that was a one and done and never again, but, you know, what do I know? But anyways, in doing so, you can end up recruiting your character's children that time travel from the future. And they will inherit skills and classes based on the parents. It's a neat idea. Again, I think it's something that was very much would have been better as a one and done, rather than just bring it back repeatedly for no good reason, but you know, sure, why not? Anyway, I did some studying. I researched to see how I could min-max my child. And here's what I did. My character, my avatar character, had General as her class and had Defense as her highest stats, because I knew that I was going into it. I knew I wanted to be a General. That was non-negotiable. And then I found out that the second big bad evil guy, Warheart, has a very interesting personal skill called Conqueror. He has a unique class, which is called Conqueror, I think, as well, where it is basically like a heavy paladin. They get the mount.
Crash, Coco, remember?
I forgot. They get like a mount. They are considered a heavy armor class, and they've got like really good defenses. However, the personal skill of Conqueror means that the Conqueror is not treated as a mounted class or a armored class for the purpose of attacks and weapons that specifically do more damage to those types. So if the enemy comes at you with a hammer, which normally, you know, does more damage to armored units, it does regular damage. And because, you know, very high defense, you take no damage. So I married him. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say like he's a massive catch or anything, but I will say like, better than I expected, honestly. Better husband than I was expecting out of him. And as a result, my character's child inherited the Conqueror skill. So I made them a paladin, and now we have a character with the second highest defense cap in the game, the second highest resistance cap in the game, mounted speed, and no downsides for being mounted. Suffice it to say, my child basically soloed the rest of the game at that point. Where's this last line over there? The same for dragons. So main character, main dragon girls, so both kids got dragon. Okay, I did a comedy thing for my dragon girls, right? So in Awakening, you know the dragon girl, what was her name, Noe? She's a very petite looking girl. She's a very, very small looking girl. Very petite. And I figured, I don't really want to ship any of the guys with her, I'll be honest, because I don't know, a bit too small. I know she's like a 1,000-year dragon, but a bit too small for me to feel comfortable about that. So here's what I did. I took the accent. No, I married her to Helm. Because my logic was, no one ever notices Helm. So if no one notices Helm, no one will notice him forming a relationship with Noe. That was literally the only reason why I shipped those two, because it made a funny headcanon for me. And if no one notices it, no one's going to object to it. No, when you say Big X-Man, one of my favourite characters actually in, I forget which game it was. Was it, I think it was the other one, Fates? Arthur, we love Arthur. I didn't marry Arthur, unfortunately. But I love Arthur. Arthur is like 100% one of my types. I love a big, dumb, heroic himbo. They did him so dirty in the mobile game. The random American, like, yeah, I love him. Like, I don't know why he's just randomly American. I have no idea, but it's wonderful. His Luchador son. I don't think I used his son. But yeah, I love Arthur. He is fantastic. Fire Emblem Awakening. Okay, how about eugenics? You know, if I had like a nickel for every game, every franchise that includes a title where you're encouraged to min-max your baby making, I'd have like, I'm at 4, I think. That's actually quite a lot, isn't it? That's a surprisingly high amount of min-max. Like, I remember there was a, okay, someone's gonna remember this game better than I did. There was I think it was PS Vita or PSP game? That involved this sort of thing. I believe the game was called Conception, and I don't remember it very well, I'll be honest, I did not get into it, so it kind of bored me. But I remember, like, the thing that kind of got everyone's attention about it was the whole premise was that you were kind of, the main character was making kids with the heroines, and somehow that, like, powered them up or something. I'll be honest, I don't remember very well. That game, it kind of sucks. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I picked it up because I'm like, that's a really weird concept. This is either going to be interesting, and they might interesting or funny, or it's going to be like, it's just a porn game. And it wasn't even that, it was just like nothing. There was nothing to it. There's no meat in it at all.
I'm sorry.
See, I do appreciate a game that has like an audacious concept. Oh, I say game, any media, game, anime. I do appreciate when games have deliberately audacious concepts that are like, you know, ridiculous. But they lean into it and they have fun with it. My favorite example of this, hands down, low-key recommendation incoming. If you've never seen it before, it's not a must-watch by any means. It is by no means something that I'm saying you must go and watch right now if you haven't. But if you've never seen it, there's an anime series called Keijo. It's a sports anime about a fictional sport whereby women basically play sumo on floating islands in a pool, with the only rules being that the only points of contact that are allowed are your boobs and your butt. And when this first got like announced, everyone was talking about it because it's the butt anime. And I'm gonna be honest, it's a really fun time. Like, it knows how dumb it is and it leans into it. It's not ashamed of it. There is literally a moment in it to where a character doesn't move. That is literally Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon from Fate, but with butts. I'm not taking that out of context. That is not hyperbole. That is literally what happens. I love it when games do goofy stuff like that. I've heard of another one that's like a dungeon crawler game. I've not played this one because it's not really my kind of dungeon. Like, that kind of dungeon crawl is not really my kind of cup of tea. But I've heard of a dungeon crawler game. The name escapes me at this moment. But it's a dungeon crawler game where the heroines get powered up by making their boobs bigger. As you go through the dungeon, like, I don't know if it's like experience points or items or what, their boobs get bigger and that makes their stats increase. That's fucking hilarious. That is really goofy and... Oh, what sweet-eyed. Stargazer, thank you for the raid! Welcome to Surprise by Dying! Give a shout out! Welcome in everyone! I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal Robert Maid, and we were talking about perfectly normal things, weren't we, chat? Chat, we were being normal. We were talking about normal things, nothing remotely sussy. Thank you, Stargazer! Welcome in everyone! We're doing some Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, we're nearly done! We've been at it for 5 hours, pretty much. And we are, we're literally just on the final boss right now. You picked the first time to come in. Omega Labyrinth Life is the... Okay, so for those of you who are joining us, I will fill you in. I was talking about how I love games and media that have like really dumb concepts and lean into them. And yeah, apparently, I guess it's called Omega Labyrinth Life. There is a dungeon crawler game where the heroines get more powerful by making their boobs bigger. I don't know if it's an experience point thing or what, but I love it. I respect it. That's funny. It's goofy. It's silly. Lean into it, you know? You heard me. Bigger boobs, more power. To start this game, this is Crash Bandicoot the N.Sane. Oh, that life. Sorry, I haven't been a good thing. Apparently, it's Omega Labyrinth Life, according to Bison in the chat. I actually can remember it myself. I know I'd seen it, but I've never played it. Is that what that Omega? Wait. Oh my god. It took me a moment. Right, Omega kind of looks like a curly W, which could look like boobs, depending on how you draw it. That's really funny. Oh, that's amazing. Again, I love it. I love when games and media have like this goofy concept. They lead into it, and they're just like, yeah, it's dumb. We don't care. We're having fun with it. Bit of fan service, why not? Have a bit of goofiness about it. Not everything has to be super serial. So, buddy, since you know, is the game any good? Asking for a friend. Like the game does use it in that exact way. Let's fucking go. That's amazing. That's wonderful. I love it. Again, just be goofy, be dumb, have fun with it. Don't block this time. And in you go. And there we go. I remember at the start of the stream I did read out what time it was when we started the first game. I do not remember what I said. I think it was like 11:49? Maybe? I genuinely don't remember.
This is not fair. Maybe I should retire to a nice big beach with a nice big drink and a woman with nice big bags of ice for my head.
I had to let that line play out. It's too good. I think Cortex wants to play a Mega Labyrinth, guys. Well, there we go! Every Crash Bandicoot game beaten in one sitting. Of course, it's only 80%. We didn't get any gems. Well, we got a few gems, like, mostly by accident, but... Man, I love these games. This is just always a great time to sit down and play. Big bags of ice. Exactly! What else would he be talking about? What else would he be talking about? He's normal. He's extremely normal. Now do it blindfolded. Man, that would be an impressive feat. I feel like that would be like really difficult on Crash Bandicoot because so many enemies are on cycles. Like you'd have to try and develop consistent strategies. I'm sure someone could do it though. If people could do like Mario 64 blindfolded, Crash has got to be blindfolded, I reckon. Is he gonna wrap himself up? Get himself wrapped up, Crash. Aww. Sometimes when he goes idle, he'll like spin and wrap himself up. Well, guys, let's go to our chat screen. We'll wrap it up there for the evening. Please keep your arms, legs, and other body parts clear the closing doors. I'll see you there in just a sec. Alrighty, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me here tonight. It has been an absolute blast. I love this game, of course, so any excuse to play it is always a good one, but man, having you guys here just for my birthday, I don't know, it's that thing, you know, I don't get to do too much for my birthday these days, so just having you guys to hang out and just bullshit with is always a great time. Ah, man, I'm a little worn out, I'll admit. We've been going for nearly 5 hours, and that's just slightly longer than we normally do, so I'm glad we finished when we did, because I can feel the energy levels at that point of perfect exhaustion. Not like, I'ma die, thank you forever. No, just like the kind of feeling of, man, we did something today. We had an event today. That kind of a feeling, if you know what I mean. But of course, guys, thanks to everyone who gave me birthday wishes. We had to give some subs out. Genuinely, thank you all, everyone, for being here and making the birthday a wonderful one, honestly. It's been a fantastic time, and I'm glad you guys just enjoy sitting here and listen to me talk about random bullshit. Because I love talking about random bullshit. As long as you guys are enjoying yourself, I'm doing my job right, and that's the most important thing. For now, we need to wrap up. And you know what? Who's on the line that we can raid into? We're raiding to them for a while. Let's go. We're going to raid into Sylvie. Sylvie's playing Phantasy Star Online 2. And we're going to give her a perfectly normal... We should mix up there. It's a birthday raid. Perfectly birthday made raid. I know that doesn't make sense. I know that is not grammatically correct. That will not stop me. We're going with this. Perfectly birthday made raid. That is the raid message. If you are not subscribed, you can always use a regular heart emote. You can do a smiley face. Just do something nice. That's all I ask of you. If you are new here and you have enjoyed your time here and you'd love to hang out again, we do have a Discord. If you join us there, it's the best way to know about when we're going live. We're very active there. We do various games here. We do platformers, RPGs, and of course a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, which we will be doing on Thursday for some viewer duels. Otherwise, everyone, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you again to everyone for all the subs, all the bits, all the well wishes. Thank you all again for just being here. That's literally all I could have asked for tonight, and I really do appreciate it. Give some love to Sylvia, everyone, once you get over there. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And as ever, it's been a pleasure to serve you all.